getting set up here. I'm getting set up a little bit here. I'm getting set up here. Okay. We're going to autofocus down here. Okay. Wonderful. I need to get my parchment paper. Setup in progress. Setup in progress. Alright, there's my palette. Here's my tea. I don't know if I'm going to keep it there though. Here's a little paper towel. My keyboard thingamabob. Okie dokie. Okay. Take a sip of tea. Now, one thing I want to do is I want to put in the middle of the wheel a zoom of like the one I'm currently working on. So I'm going to make another scene. Zoom. Oh wait, no, I don't want a scene. I want another source. And this will be... Can I duplicate a source? Let me see here. Can you duplicate a source? You can just copy paste it. Easy peasy. Interesting. I'm trying to make a really big one of the one in front. Give me a moment. Okay, here we go, here we go. Oh, didn't like that. Crop the box. What does this do? It's making it smaller. Bit by bit. Okay, this is good, but I need to go faster. Give me a second, we're getting there. Hey, not bad. Let's do this. Wow, look at that. Okay. Top. Okay, that was too small. I'm sure there's a better way to do this, but I'm figuring it out here as I go. There we go. And then, how do I make it bigger? Can I just... Oh, yeah. There we go. And this will be also for people who are in the vertical stream, I think. Can we see this? How come I can't see it on the vertical stream? Oh no, I have to do the same thing. Wait, can I just copy and paste this into my vertical sources? Okay, 1 second. I guess my vertical source, I can just do that, right? Okay, I want to crop this a bit more. Sorry, perfectionist on the loose here. I need to get pretty close, but if I get like too close, then we're going to be in trouble if the card's not like perfectly in the right spot. Yeah, okay. The crop left can definitely decrease here. Okay. I think that makes sense. This is Alters by Alters. I see you're still on setup. Yeah. Who would have guessed that 8 cards at once would be complicated to set up? Instead of making surprises. Bing, ding, bing. Okay. Well, here's a surprise. I've got a bunch of Aether Spell Bombs currently taped down. And I need to tape down my Time Twist. How's my mic? Is my mic sounding okay? I'm running my normal settings, but it's a little wacky. Hey, thanks Pause Benedictus. I plan on keeping up the steam, full steam ahead. Yeah, this has been a lot of setup. Even this wheel is like dollar store that I've covered in like a vinyl marble thingy, basically. Full marble vinyl. A little quiet. Okay, if I'm sitting like this talking, is this currently quiet? Because unfortunately I was talking away from the microphone a lot. This will be kind of like more of where I'm at. If it's still quiet, I can turn it up very easily. Gimmicks? What do you mean gimmicks? This is how I always paint. When I first started altering, so I grew up as a kid and I would draw every day, draw in class, right? But I was never like a generational talent or like really super skilled. I just did it a decent amount. I'll turn the mic up a little bit and then I can always turn it down. I've got a nice interface for making that small part of streaming not so tricky. Anyways, yeah, I drew every day when I was a kid. And then kind of my artistic outlet became like, you know, like drama. So I was like a drama kid in school. The awesomest awesome sauce, what's up? Well, Mr. Awesomest Awesome, or, you know, gender neutral term, awesomest awesome. I am setting up my wheel here. How's life? That's pretty good. I mean, I'm back at work, so that's been a thing, so that's why I'm kind of like pushing myself to go above and beyond on the weekend here. But all the tricky part of setup is done. I just have to tape these cards to the wheel and then we should be laughing. But anyways, I was talking about like growing up, my kind of like creative outlet switched to like being in drama class. So I kind of stopped painting. And then when I went to college, I went to for theater production. So that's like all the backstage work of theater. So the only like training I ever had in like painting or anything artistic really was the paint class of theater production. We would paint like 8-foot tall sets, and a lot of it was you know, mostly blocking off all the shapes and everything, and there wasn't really super fine technique being done because the sets were so large, right? After that, you know, I would draw a little bit, paint a little bit. I mostly just did like ink painting and just like a really loose, shapy watercolor stuff. No like fine detail or anything. And then I stopped for, you know, about 15 years. I kind of like reached like a manager position with work, and I was just so busy with work all the time. I didn't make any time for any creative pursuits. What do I currently do for work? I am a retail manager at a grocery store. 1 second. There, I just pulled up my playlist. It was minimized, so every time it changed track, it was doing that alert noise, so I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I went from big paint to little paint. But yeah, there's like a 15-year kind of gap in there where I didn't do basically anything artistic. I was telling Alters by Alters that what was I telling them? I was telling Alters by Alters that, oh yeah, my like creative outlet became like making weird builds in video games, and deck building was like my creative outlet. And I didn't even like stop to think of that's what was happening. But yeah, my creative outlet just kind of became deck building and playing weird builds in video games. Like starting a new Skyrim run in like going katana only mode. Or like making little challenges for myself. Or I would play a fighting game and I would play like really off meta character. Like I used to play Super Smash Bros. Melee. And I played a lot of Yoshi. Kind of at the, local competitive level. Who was extremely far from meta at the time. That was kind of a little bit before Amza, who was a professional Yoshi player, became more known in the West. Nuzlocke challenges, yeah, stuff like that. This like little key puller is really nice for getting all these air bubbles out of my paper. I did cut my sheet a little too short, unfortunately. I really need to like use my bigger palette, but it still has paint on it from another project. Melee, I played Brawl a lot. I played a lot of Project Melee, which was like a mod of Brawl, which was really fun. Damn. Seeing that like middle amplification just be my like forearm is so weird. I never really found a character I really loved to play in Brawl, unfortunately. That and, the tripping and love the vibe around it feeling a little less competitive than Melee. Not to be an elitist or anything, but Melee was just my preferred game, right? When I'm setting up the wheel, there's going to be some a little bit of like wibble wobble, but I've got it all shimmied up for when I'm actually painting. It should work. It's just I'm not expecting to put pressure on this part of it, except for setting up these cards. Oh, Strixhaven. I think there's like some really cool art. I think that, well, I really enjoy how they reinvent the color pairings. And it's not Strixhaven's fault, but like the one thing is like, for example, like red and white has done something consistently for so long, like your equipment, right? And all that if you want to play like Lorehold, then you have less cards in red and white. Not none, and there's a lot of little sleeper cards. But you have less cards that kind of do the Lorehold thing than the typical Boros thing. So I really like the reinvention of some of the color pairings and what they're doing. But it's just, you're kind of like a little bit doomed to not have as much support doing those different things than if you're doing the more typical things. There is a little bit of I don't know, I view it as like they're doing like the PogChamp face in a lot of art in Strixhaven. Okay, I'm just gonna check my lighting real quick. I really basically just need my main card that I'm working on at the given time to be lit up really well. I'm just looking at my cameras. I think that'll do. All right. I'm just going to grab my stream and I'm going to throw it in to a Discord here. And then I'll start painting. Oh, altars by altars. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm just optimizing my screen so I can see everything. Okay, I think I'm big chillin'. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of spooked. How long do I think it'll take? I have no idea. I hope not longer than... what time is it now? Like 3 for me? If I go to midnight, if this takes like 8 hours, minus like time I go take out my dog and stuff, that would be ideal. If it goes 10, less ideal, but I won't be like drained out of existence. If it goes longer than that, then I'm gonna be scared, frankly. But my estimate, I have no idea. Going to do I mean, they're not going to be exactly the same, but I'm going to take like our shapes and extend them, and I'm going to put the fire over here, and maybe I'll split it off. Would you believe it? I haven't thought everything through as of what exactly I'm going to do. I didn't even think through that like my wheel is going to get painted as well. There was like a nice marble wheel on like Facebook Marketplace. I was trying to not lowball them, but I was trying to get it at a good price. Oops. I better just do that only when I'm switching. I was trying to get it at a good price, but the seller was too firm. And it wasn't until after I already decided to go this route that I thought I should have just paid the money, because marble one I could like wash and scrape off the paint in between like sessions, whereas I don't think it'll be possible with this vinyl. I think it'll probably soak it up pretty decent. But yeah, this is also going to be like a practice in just like trying to go like quicker and like more confident than I usually paint. I usually paint like quite slowly, very like kind of meticulous, like making very small changes. I'm going to try to be a bit more aggressive. I kind of did that with the Sithis I was working on that I just uploaded. I filmed horizontally the entire process of that Sithis as well, so I'm going to do a long form talking about that. I thought it was a good card to talk about the process on, because there's so much color going on. And I really worked kind of like from my lighter colors to my darker colors. And I thought it'd be interesting to kind of like share how that worked out for me. When I say lighter colors to darker, I mostly mean less pigmented to more pigmented colors. Alright, I'm not going to be like perfect around all the lines. There's one layer of white on one card. Oodololly, golly, what a day. Would you consider this an easier card to alter? Yes. One of the options I was considering was Aether Spellbomb, and that probably would have been the easiest of the ones I lined up. And part of me chose this one. The Aether Spellbomb, I knew I could have like finished in a reasonable time. I could have made them all look like pretty good, like, you know, my typical quality, and done it relatively quickly. This one's like a more ambitious than the Aether Spellbomb. The core Skyfisher would have been decently easy as well. But I thought it might be a little less exciting since it's kind of like just like a lot of background work and there's no like kind of like frame breaking effects or anything. So I thought this one was like the healthy medium out of all the cards. Listen, I'll probably find a bit of a bigger brush so I can apply these base layers a little faster. Although this is my 2 right now. So I don't think I will find a bigger brush, actually. The magnifier view isn't really enlarging anything to make it bigger. Do you need it bigger? Like, would it be helpful if it was bigger? Kind of the more point of the magnifying view is that for people who come in on vertical, that they can actually see it. Otherwise, like, they'd only see like half the card. Burger. If seeing it bigger would help, I can change that up. I can work on that. But like I said, it's mostly there so that people who come in on live, it's like right in the middle of like their phone screen. Or not, who come in on vertical. Wow, we got 2 cards based. Oh, this one's kind of crooked on the wheel itself. But yeah, just let me know if, you know, it's too small. A mobile user. Yeah, whenever someone new chats, I'm good like, you on mobile? I like to do streams on like the day I upload a new short, because I think they can, like, when you see the short, I think it like might tell you that I'm live too. Then they might get interested. Although my short has kind of like today's short has kind of like had a little slow of a start, honestly. But maybe I'm just like being weird about it. Because all my shorts used to be like slow, and then they like all slowly get better. But then your brain gets like adjusted to that. And then you know the algorithm's got your ass. Oh boy, my dog is wondering why I'm talking so much. What? It actually snowed overnight here. It snowed like a good 2.5, almost 3 inches probably. Absolute craziness. And then yesterday, we had like 35km/h winds. I don't know what that means for American though. Probably like 20 mph maybe winds. Do I live Colorado? No, I live in Canada. Edmonton, it's the capital of the province of Alberta. So it's like a medium-sized city. It's got like a population like just over 1 million. But since it's like the capital of the province, it has like a lot of like government jobs and a lot of services and amenities and stuff. So it's a pretty chill place. Very, very dry climate for the most part, so it's very dusty. So whenever you see those like pictures on the internet where it's like comparing a like beautiful European boulevard to like an American kind of like road lined with like gas stations and fast food places. My province is pretty much like that picture for the most part. Ooh, I had a little bit too much paint on there. Ding, 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 ding. This is actually pretty fun. Because I don't have to like wait for the stuff to dry, so I'm just like go, go, go on to the next. Is my like head getting in the shot? I feel like when I lean in, my head might be getting in the shot. Which is like not the worst. My hair was pretty ratty this morning, but I took a nice shower. But I can adjust the camera if my head is getting in the shot. No, I'm clear. Good. My big fear is like, you know, in my mid-30s, I think like it's only a matter of time till I get a bald spot. And I've like determined that the second I get a bald spot, I'm going straight bald. But my girlfriend's like, no. Like, what do you mean no? You want me to do a comb over? What the hell you want me to do? Second I get a big old bald spot, she's gone, baby. Have you ever seen the subreddit r/bald? It's like my favorite subreddit. Beard or no beard? Dude, I play Magic. I've got a neck beard, of course. Of course, of course. No, I can't really grow a beard. But I have like a mustache. I got a decent mustache, but no beard. Honestly, if you look up my Reddit, my little like Reddit avatar, that's just how I look. Just like white boy, mustache, striped shirt, glasses. Yeah, never stopping, always spinning. What's LGR? What is LGR? My brain was like, yeah, this must be the last one. And I look and there's two more. I'm like, uh-oh, I'm in danger. Oh, lazy game reviews. Yeah, you were telling me yesterday. What worked out for LGR? Having a neck beard? Having a mustache? Or my brain is like not good at chatting and painting at the same time. I think you're better at chatting and painting alters by alters. I find that like when I'm talking a lot, I just start like doing like really simple stuff and not actually making as much progress as I normally would. It's like, I'll just keep going over this line, I'll just keep filling this in. Dang it. I put a big old fingerprint on there. I was looking at my palette, not where my finger was. Hey. Yo, don't shut up. Keep talking. I need the company. I'm gonna be painting forever. For like 8 hours. Probably at least. I was gonna complain. I was gonna say, you know, even this Lazy Susan is made for right-handed people. But I think it's just because I'm not using it as intended. My biggest fear about this stream is that the Lazy Susan just breaks in the middle of it. Yo, Chris, how's it going? I thought you said you'd be at your LGS around now. Or was that someone else on the post? I decided to go with the Teferi Time Twister, Crispy. I know you were hinting at Core Sky Fisher being up your alley. But I thought this one might just be more visually interesting for a stream of this nature. So yesterday... Oh yeah, are you on a mobile phone, Crispy? By chance? If you are, I'm just wondering how the stream looks. I got the like weird magnification in the center. It's not really like making the card bigger. Oh, yeah, that's pretty late. There's no selfish suggestions. I just, those are literally the only cards I had 8 copies of, and I was like, I'll just throw them all up and see what the people say. What can I say? I'm a man of the people. My first week back to work was like, okay. But can you see it on the phone? Is it like centered basically a little bit? Or nah? My first week back to work was like, I don't know, tiresome. Working retail is always tiresome. What can I say? I think we all know that. Why is the wheel struggling so much? Uh-oh. And like, cause I was on WCB, they had to like save me like a manager role, but doesn't have to be the same department. And I was like produce manager, and now I'm working in the bakery. So I'm learning that department from like the ground up. And I'm finding that like the staff in there, they don't really have things written down. I'll be asking questions and I'll be like, how long do you proof this for? I don't know. I'm like, what do you mean you don't know? Well, usually I do this, this, and this, and by the time I'm done that, it's done proofing. I'm like, okay, so what do you do if you have like a new staff? They're like, well, I just show them how I do it. But then they're not going to be as fast as you do it, so they need to know the time, right? So it's like whenever you go, like if you're, you know, kind of like an organized person, whenever you go somewhere where there's not a lot of organization, it's like, I gotta restructure this place to fit normal people who haven't been doing it for like 15 years. Yeah, I mean, I definitely smell fresh bread every day. I smell it while it's baking, and then like the smell reactivates it when you're like operating the slicing machine to like slice all the loaves. So it's pretty chill. But yeah, it's pretty chill. It's just having to relearn stuff, of course, and then the nerves of going back to, you know, a place where kind of like suffered a bit of traumas there and stuff. Won't get into it, but you know, I got injured on work from a shoplifter, so I was off for some time from that. But I mean, it's all worth it because it got me into painting, so who knows what I'll get into the next time I get stabbed. Bread. Hey, at least I'm not my girlfriend. Her whole life is like carbohydrates. She's just like pasta and bread all day. Look at that. I am on the first card again, I think. Okay, I'm only going to do 2 layers of white. And then after that, I'm going to like get right into it. And then I'm probably going to like block in some wispy magic shapes real quick. And that'll probably be like one of the most fun, interesting parts of the whole shebang, frankly. But yeah, my carbohydrate of choice is like sugar. It's not a good it's not a good life choice. But I do love myself some sugar. Did you go to my LGS? Yeah, I did the pre-release and I chose Lorehold. And well, I went up and they're like, "What's your first choice?" I was like, "Hit me with that Witherbloom." And they're like, "What's your second choice?" I was like, "Hit me up with that Silver Quill." They're like, "What's your third choice?" I was like, Lorehold? It just seems like black was really strong in the set, and a lot of people were choosing the black pre-release kits. What paint do you use? I never saw this one before. I'm using, where is this on the camera? I'm using golden acrylic heavy body paints, but there's like a lot of stuff you can use for painting. A lot of the altarists who do the super most fine details you see, they're usually using liquid acrylic paint that comes in kind of like these. And then Altars by Altars, who's going by Obscured Star in the chat right now, is a savant of doing altars with like acrylic markers and all sorts of like different unexpected mediums. I've also heard people do really great work with model paints because they're just have really highly loaded pigment density, right? Basically, like any kind of like acrylic-based paint with a high pigment load is going to do really well. Whether that comes in, you know, a tube, a bottle, a marker. I've even heard of people using like airbrush paint or doing airbrush, 100% airbrush on cards, and they looked fantastic. So you got a lot of options. You just don't want to use like watercolor. That's not going to work out as well. Oil is going to have probably too much texture, and I don't know how it affects the kind of like card itself. So just pretty much any form of acrylic. I did Lorehold. So what was that artifact that came in the Lorehold? There was like the artifact where it's like you mill a card and then you can play that card from your graveyard. Every game I hit that artifact on the field, I won. So I ended up going 2-1 in rounds, but my games were 5-2. So basically, I played Lorehold, and the biggest weakness is your card advantage, right? So if I got my card advantage engine online, and I pulled a second one in my packs, whatever that artifact is. So whenever I got that online, I took the game, but whenever I didn't, I took the L. So my last round, I took a lot of L's. But it was pretty fun. I pulled like the card that basically it has like spree is red spree, and like one mode is redirect your opponent's spell or triggered ability, and the other mode is copy a spell. So I had a couple opponents who pointed removal at me while I was holding that up, and instead of one of my creatures going bye-bye, two of their creatures went bye-bye, and it just like blew people out multiple times. A time lapse of this will be fun. I am not recording any content for this except the camera doing the live stream right now. It just seemed like too much already. But I might download the VOD and see what I can do with it. But now that there's that big like middle magnified bit, it's probably gonna look kind of ugly. Because I had to move like a lot of my normal setup to make room for this giant wheel. Oof, this got pretty watery. How do you get the really thin lines with your brushes? I try to do some on like 3 or 4 different altars. I always find it super hard. I'm probably like one of the altarists who isn't like a savant at doing the thin lines. But I think it just comes down to practice. I think a lot of it is muscle memory. You know, having a small brush helps, of course, but like you'll see like the goat of altering Klug, you'll use like a 2-sized round and get the thinnest lines of all time. Since I do a lot of time-lapse stuff, I'm holding my brush by like way back on the handle, right? If you really want to get your like really thin lines, that's where you have to like grip it super tight, right? You could even study yourself with your second hand. You just like barely make that contact, right? And then you make your line. So you're not going to get them kind of like holding your brush like way back here like I'm doing right now. You want to choke up on it, be really steady, get one with a nice point on it, and then just do it really slow, really delicate touch, right? The harder you press down, the more paint's going to come off your brush, so just barely touch kind of the brush to the paper. And that's how you're going to get your thinner lines. But I wouldn't say it's my strong point, but I think I understand the mechanics behind it at the very least. And then sometimes, you know, you just have to have like whatever you use to fix your mistakes really quickly, whether it's like a Q-tip or, you know, another brush that has really soft bristles that's just wetted a little bit, so you can kind of like sweep the paint off. And then if you make a little mistake, then just get it off there, right? Yeah, I mean, anytime. I'm not the leading expert, but I guess I am a voice on the internet, so that gives me authority. Yeah. I need to at least put like a little thing to indicate the starting one, or else I could see myself just like going through the motions quite a bit. But once I get more into it, then there'll be less room for that. Look at this. So all the mic balance, is that sounding better now that I'm like actually sitting in place and not talking out of the other side of the room? I think that's 2 layers on all of them. I think so. I'm going to just Go a little bit down here where it's looking a little mid. Ooh. Is it more exciting if I go hard on the wheel? If I do a big spin? Yeah, exactly. Card Arc of Hunger. I pulled two of those, and anytime I had like one of them hit the table, I won that game. It's just, like I said, Boros, your biggest issue is having the card advantage, so if I had the card advantage, I was good. If I didn't have the card advantage, then, you know, eventually they just trade 1-for-1 removal with you, but then they draw a card, and eventually you kind of run out of gas. Whoa, this is cool. Whoa, thank you. Whoa, that's chill. I'm gonna do like I'm gonna start blocking in colors, but I'm gonna make them really kind of like white, like very pale, just so I can see where I'm putting them before I like really commit to my colors. I forgot I'm painting like 8 cards. I'm gonna need a lot more paint. Oh, my poor little doggy. She's so confused why I'm yapping so much. Why are you yapping so much? What are you doing? 3-1 with Jess guy. Since I opened the Math Magics, I just splashed for it, got 4 kills. Oh, you deck people out with it? Dude, that's sick. All my rares is crazy. So I opened 2 of the big pox. I opened another black board wipe, and I opened the black green like destroy 4 target permanents card. So if I got Witherbloom, I would have like, I don't know if I would have won, but I would have been a menace to say the least. But yeah, it's pretty hard to play like the 5 black pip card in Lorehold. But yeah, all my like rares and mythics were all like crazy black bombs, but my kit was Lorehold. And then when it came to like black creatures I opened 3 black creatures. And my like green creature situation was pretty similar. I had some white, of course, because I opened Lorehold, but yeah, I was kind of down one path. It's hard to splash for a quadruple black pip spell. I could have definitely done like some cards in which I didn't have to float text, but I thought this would be more interesting, more fun for the viewing audience at home. Oh, and here I'm getting the painting on my wheel. No! The hair has entered chat? Oh no. Oh my god, I just saw that. I just saw it on like my preview screen. No! It's so ratty. I'm sitting back now. I need someone on hair patrol. If my hair's in there, just like be like, yo, sit back. Alright. Should I have one that goes like crazy mode? Why not, right? See, I'm gonna like kind of like extend them all. I'm not gonna like do anything like super unique with each one, but I'm gonna like change the positioning of the fire and all that stuff, right? Maybe I have this one and it like doubles back down like this. I think it'll look good if I just take up like the whole corner here. And it kind of doubles back down over here. like I said, right now I'm just being really kind of like shapey. I'm just kind of blocking out some shapes. What made you want to do a wheel of twist? Well, I wanted to do a wheel because I want to like have some stuff on my shop that's like cheaper than the rest of my stuff. So I thought a good thing to do would be to embrace what is it called? What is it they teach you in school? Like the Industrial Revolution? I thought it'd be a good idea to like embrace the Industrial Revolution, the assembly line technique. So I could do a bunch. Kind of have something on the site, kind of like someone wanted their first altar, just wanted to get something from me. I have some on the site that are a bit lower price point for those people. So I knew I wanted to do 8 of something, and then looking through my cards, there was only like 4 choices of cards I actually own 8 copies of, without like tearing apart my decks. And that was Aether Spellbomb, Teferi's Time Twist, Core Skyfisher, and what was the other one? Oh, Impulse. The really purpley one, which is why I was practicing my purples with that Karametra. But the Impulse purples are really light colored, so that probably wouldn't have been an issue. The Model T Teferi. Yeah. This is the Model T. Where can you find my shop? The description is in my it's in my like channel about. Actually, if you like look at my channel, there's like a whole tab that just says shop that you can click in. You can actually look at all the I don't like the word products. You can look at all the altars I have listed. Products, ew, that just sounds so capitalist. I hated that. You can look at all the altars I have listed, actually just from the YouTube channel without even going into the shop. And then there should also be, I tried to make it so there was like a part of the in the live stream description, there should be a way to like see this one that I'm doing. But when I went to like start the live stream, it said it was still pending, so I have no idea how long that'll take. If like halfway through it won't become available or whatever. There, we got some going up, we got some going down, we got some going back across here. I'm gonna do it all today. Now I probably don't even have to let this dry because of the wheel tech. But I think I probably will anyways, and then start doing some blue. Alright, I'm just going to take a sip of tea real quick. Cheers. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. I get this tea from like a local... Oh my god, I lifted some paint. Hate that for me. I get this tea from a local market. It's like a black tea. And it's got sliced almonds. Like a smattering of coffee beans. And what else has it got? And like chocolate chips in it. It's actually insanely good. I'm just looking at the color of my paint compared to this because I have a bunch of blues. It's probably either going to be cyan or that manganese blue. Probably the manganese. Actually, I'll use the cyan. Is that even tea? Yeah. It's just like, it's like loose leaf tea, and then it's got like little bits and bobs in it. I don't know, I think I might have some UK people in the chat, so maybe they don't appreciate my tea concoction. It's really good though. It's like, you know how there's mocha and that's like a mix of like coffee and hot chocolate? It's like that plus like black tea flavor. But the chocolate is super subtle. There's like, you know, if I put in like a teaspoon worth of loose leaves, I get like maybe one chocolate chip, right? So it's like super subtle. Look at that. That blue matched up like pretty decent, just like that. It's not perfect, but for first kind of like base layer, quite happy. Quite happy with that. He's twisting the time. Who's up twisting their time? Crispy's up pretty late. You up twisting your time? Me when I have to go to work the next day, I'm up twisting my time. This one's going behind the box to me. To my eyes, it's going behind the box. Maybe this one too. No, we all like to break the frame, but when it looks like it goes behind the box, I put it behind the box. Yo, I'm actually having a really good time with this. I did not expect to be like this joyous. I think it's just knowing I have like the whole day set aside just to paint. I'm like, hell yeah. My girlfriend right now, she's like, she's in like Punta Cana on like a girls trip. So she's over there getting like stomach bug. Differentiation. No, I'm doing differentiate. I'm like pointing kind of like our magical time twisting all over the place. I'm trying to, of course, like make it make sense with the original art, right? But I have like no intention of them being like clones. Hello, hair. No! I'm gonna be like sitting lowrider style just to avoid the camera. I might go get a bandana. It's not like I'm like insecure about my hair, but I just think like for the viewing experience, it probably doesn't look like super nice and tidy. My like headphones are putting it all over the place. What is this one magic? What should I do with this thing? I was thinking maybe just making a funny swirl. Maybe this is the like where I go unique with it. For each one I like do something special with this one. Here, I'll do a swirl for this bit. I'll do a big swirl like this. Yeah. This bottom one I'll do something like kind of like interesting for each one. The rest of them I'm just trying to make them extend in a way that makes sense. Alright. See, at this point normally I would go back and, you know, deepen my colors, but I guess I'm moving on to the next one here. type of dog do I have? I have she's a rat terrier. So it's kind of not a super common breed. But she basically looks like a bigger Chihuahua. A lot of the rat terriers, they have like kind of that like almost like how like certain dog breeds have really like enhanced musculature, like a pit bull or something, right? Like a short-haired dog where they've got like they look all beefed up. Usually rat terriers look like that, but ours, she was like the runt of the litter, so she doesn't have like that like beefiness aspect to her. A smiley face that still has the whip-like effect. Wait, make a smiley face with one of them that still has the swirl effect, like a whip that is broken. Oh, okay, like, I get it. But yeah. My dog is a rat terrier. She looks like a bigger Chihuahua. She's a short-haired dog with a pointy little nose. She likes to bark a lot. But not like in an uncontrolled way. Not in a like, wow, that person is a bad dog owner type of way. Just in a like, if my mom comes to visit, she's like excited to see my mom. She'll do like a little howl. And I'm like, okay, Libby, calm down. And usually she'll shake it off and be more chill. But she's also kind of like mellowing out as she gets older as well. She's almost 6 years old. We got her during COVID. One of those COVID puppies that you heard about. Hey, I noticed stuff. Yeah, she notices a lot of stuff. That's for sure. I think I'll put some like fire above the text box, but it's not going like super far out here. So I'll have to go back and add that. Ding dong. This one, I think I'll try to do a little thin one going like around the mana symbol, kind of like it's parting it like it's a stream or something. That'll be kind of cool. And this one, why don't I just go big with this one, like that. The nice thing about working with blues is like I want to do something with blues because it just usually means less layers trying to hide these borders, because blues are pretty strong pigment wise. Did you notice the dice under the lamp on the right? Can you see that? Oh yeah. That's there because the last time I did a stream, I was between two different cards to paint, and I used the dice as a tiebreaker. This one I'm gonna do like this. I was like, what do you mean you're not #1? But it's the little chat things, the little chat. The battle of the chat. What are you saying? You're saying a swirl that turns into a smiley face? Something like this. Hey, the dice trick worked on me. I was like the Dave Chappelle meme where he's like playing his addict character, scratching his neck. Can I get one of those dice rolls? I'm gonna go take the Altars by Altars name on YouTube. Then I'm gonna charge you 1 altar for it. 1 glow-in-the-dark altar. Oh yeah, let's get one of those. Boom. I like the stage where you're just making big, kind of like bold shapes. It's always fun. You're like, well, I don't have to make this look perfect now, so let's do just some big, ambitious, bold shape. How do you get more EXP? Like wood crafting, wood cutting EXP, fire making EXP. What type of EXP do you mean? Uh-oh. I just realized I put the fire there, so I can't put the water there. Go away. Uh-oh. Okay, we'll come back to that later. For the YouTube chat. I don't know, just chat more. Just set up a bot. To chat every 5 seconds. Open it up in 2 windows and chat in both of them. Maybe that'll help. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Lovely stuff. Whoa, hey. Stop. I'm getting dizzy. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna throw up and then I'm gonna die. Get spammed out. Mods, delete this, man. I don't even know how to mod the chat myself. Please don't confuse me. I have no idea what I'm doing. Blue, I'm blue, da ba dee da ba doo. Whenever I have like a funny effect, I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna turn it into my signature, but it always ends up looking like Dookie. So here we'll try it yet again. And we're gonna do a. It's gonna. This one will be the BA right there. You know, that's how magic do, right? It just makes a big BA. You're drunk. You back with a drunk fiance. Nice. Down at the pub, were ya? At the Winchester? Let's do a little bit more just to touch up these edges, because they're going to take more work than anywhere else, so I'm just going to touch up the edges real quick. Time elapsed. Where do I see that? What time is it? The one time I'm not using my phone to record, I don't even know where it is. Oh, this is way too blue. What happened? Yeah, usually I know exactly where my phone is. It's like right here. You see this? Yeah, it's usually right here. Could be anywhere. This one I'm gonna keep these like split up for. Oh wait, I've actually done that already. This one is just gonna go right through. Just like that. And this one's got a turn to it. A twist to it, you might say. Where the fire and the blue magic interact is gonna get weird. I haven't really put any thought into it yet. I'm just going off the dome at the moment. Okay, there's some blue magic here. Over here. And for this one, I'll make this one go over top. Why not? And this one, I'll do like a split. I just like splitting it around this mana symbol. I don't know why. It just feels right to me. This will be like the most paint I've ever like used in a session before. I bought 3 tubes of paint yesterday. Actually, I bought 4. It was buy 3, get 1 free. I thought it was buy 2, get 1 free. So I rolled up to the cashier with 3. And I was like, yo, how come one of these isn't free? And she told me. I was like, alright. So I went back. Picked out another one, and I ended up spending like $70 on 4 tubes of paint. I always want to like transition into like more of the liquid acrylics, but then I keep buying more of the other ones when I need like more colors or stuff. I don't really need more colors, but more colors makes it easier. And I do most everything the hard way, so it's nice to be nice to myself for once. This one I'm gonna go, it's gonna go crazy style. Yeah, gonna go big with this one. Just gonna take up all that space. Getting twisty on them. Ding dong, ding ding. What should I do with this one now? Maybe this one goes back up onto the frame. Like this. Yeah, kind of like that. Oh, lovely, lovely. And then just like last time, wherever I'm going over the frame, I'm just going to add some more paint, because that's where I'm going to need the most paint, just to get rid of that frame. I could have done like more layers of white over it, but I want to get on to the more interesting parts of this whole endeavor. It's very rarely that I paint like super focused. I'm usually always like watching something, and you know, in between my layers I let it dry, and then you know, I watch something on YouTube or a stream or whatever. So when it's just like go, 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 maybe this will go faster than, you know, I'm thinking it will. We'll see. Either way, I'm having a really relaxing time painting this way. When I get back to the first one, I think I'm gonna throw a label on it. I feel like it'll just like make my brain feel better to at least have the first one labeled. Alrighty. At some point, of course, I'll walk my dog. That'll help me, you know, get a little bit of break on my eyeballs. What's helping me? Having the wheel? Yeah, what if the secret was the wheel the whole time? Imagine if, like... It'd be kind of fun if I did, like, one card on a wheel. And I had, like, a fan blowing over here. So I just, like, wheel it over to the fan to dry the card off. And then I wheel it back. I think that's, like, one of the low-key, like, power moves that Awkward Altars is doing to, like, get so much work done. Because I think I saw on one of their posts they had, like, a fan set up. I was like, the secret tech. The fan tech. I've got like so many things plugged into my outlets, I don't even know if I have room for a fan. And all my computer USBs are like crammed full with stuff too. I'm always having to unplug. Whenever I need to use my printer, I need to unplug something and plug the printer in. And that's kooky. I kind of like doing this big one down here. But I don't want to do it on all of them. So I'll do like this on this one. It's a nice big shape. And I think I'll make this one like veer off over here. That's kind of fun. I don't really like covering up the like type line, like the instant part where it says what it is. But it's kind of unavoidable with this card. Oh, what if he's making a little heart with this one? Okay. How would that even look? I think it's going to look too much like a tongue. I don't really want to like get into little nitty-gritty stuff here, but not yet at least. Oh, I've got one. We'll do like the magic wrapping around the box. That'll be interesting. So it's going from underneath here, over top, up top, and then back down like that. Yeah, that's a cool effect. Cool. The heart was cute, but I think that will be cooler. And let's just do a like that. This is one of the rare blue spells that gives a +1/+1 counter. I wonder why that is. What made them decide to go with that? I just thought like a blink for 2 needed a bit more value. I couldn't think of anything else. This was like printed when like War of the Spark, I think. This version is at least. So maybe reward you for playing some creatures instead of just planeswalkers. I was thinking a deck I'd be interested in building is like the Edgar Markov, not the vampire mini one, but the one that or not Edgar Markov, Soren. It's Soren of House Markov, and he flips into a planeswalker. It's like a 2/4 or a 1/4 that flips into a planeswalker. If you gain life that turn, like 3 life, I think, as extort. But I was thinking it'd be maybe an interesting Lurrus companion. I don't want to do like super busted stuff. Like keep it pretty casual and just like try to extort a lot. Just extort.deck. Fill it full of like 1-2 drops max. No curve, just 1 and 2 drops. And extort people for all they're worth. And you get Lurrus, and then you can just like play a blood pet from your graveyard. Pay extort, and then sacrifice it to get your mana back. It's not a busted value engine, but it's fun. I think I'll put a couple over top the text box on this one. I'll go put this one behind it on this one. I've gone over top on like all of them. This one will be a little different that way. Around the mana symbol, make it a little easier for myself. I feel like that Soren Markov, when it flips in a planeswalker, it's like one of its abilities, the best one is like you down ticket 2 or something and you deal damage to any target equal to the life you gain this turn. So I feel like you always have like a mini version of like Aetherflux Reservoir. So your politics can be like, hey, I will literally orbital strike you out of the game unless you help me out with this thing. Because I have a way to gain 20 life right now. But then you don't actually have a way to gain 20 life. You did a lie. A little fib, if you will. A little twist on the truth. That's my kind of deck. I'll just bring this thing all the way to the bottom. The bottom might be where it's like least interesting on this card. I'm just going to bring it all the way down. Big boy. I can't wait for Zur to arrive. He's going to be my first toolbox commander. Got no idea how to build a toolbox decks, but it should be a fun learning experience. Yeah, whenever like I've thought about like building Zur so many times, and I get like 20 enchantments that I like in a list. I'm like, okay, now what? Or I get like a bunch of enchantments in a list. I'm like, oh wait, this looks really mean. So then I was thinking it'd be fun to do a group hug Zur. So I was looking at all like the Esper enchantments that are kind of like group huggy, that are under 3 mana value for Zur. And most of them are just like, you draw a card, opponent draw a card. I'm like, well, that seems a little far under 8. Like, you could just be playing, I don't know, I think it's one of the rabbits, Preston, not Preston, I think it's Gwaine, where it's just like tap and then you draw a card, opponent draw a card. So that'd be like way simpler than trying to tutor an enchantment to do it. Using your whole commander slot to do that. I don't know if like Shopify like sends out like emails or for everything or whatever, but I did ship off your card, Crispy. I got like 4 Shopify orders day 1, and unfortunately 2 people bought the same item because I didn't know there's a setting that you should turn off that stops it from people being able to buy an item at 0 stock. So now I'm waiting on a second brainstorm to come in so I can ship off one of the orders, unfortunately, for that individual. All the other orders though got shipped like day 1. Well, not day 1, but Monday. Or so, something like that. Update every step of the way. Excellent. Let's think of adding as many Aikido style cards as possible. Going for reactive deck. So I think like all those cards, those are like all instants, right? So what would your enchantments be if you do that? I don't know if anyone here in the chat has heard me talk about it, but deck I want to make is I want to make Oops All Magus. So like Magus of the Candelabra, Magus of the Wheel, Magus of the Mirror, all the Magus. And maybe like Kenrith as the commander. 5 color Oops All Magus. And all the Magus are wizards, but I think they're all humans too. And then Kenrith is a human, so if I get like typal synergies, I can name human even though it's like all wizards. But I can also put in like wizard specific spells. I can get the wizard cycling, like step through, I think it is, wizard cycle for 2. And I can just go find any Magus I want. Seems kind of cool. Seems kind of sick with it. I think maybe this one I'll put in front like this. Yeah, it's just like the one card I accidentally had I had the setting in the whole shop to like allow people to buy it even if the stock was 0. But the first time it happened, I was like, okay, we gotta shut this down. Because otherwise, potentially, right, the shop is like slowed down after like the first couple days, right, and people see the post. But potentially it's like, gosh, if someone, like, that person just bought one. Imagine someone said that, oh, I want a play set of something. I'm like, oh, I'm beholden to painting like 4 cards. Like, I don't mean to use beholden like a negative, but it's like, I need to find the time to paint 4 cards unexpectedly while I have like a queue of orders while I'm back to work. It's like, this is wacky. This step has taken a long time, I must say. I'm gonna do one where it's like kind of like dissipating. Just think of using enchantments for board presence and for locking down threats with the million different 3 mana white exile creature till the enchantment leaves. Yeah, if you get a certain, because all those like exile until leave cards, they all kind of like interact a little bit differently, but like some of them do nasty stuff. Some of them you can like exile it until this card like leaves the battlefield. Actually, I don't know what I'm talking about right now. My brain's too fried. There's like some where with if you put on the stack correctly, you can just get rid of the thing forever, right? Like it doesn't. Some of them don't check whether your enchantment leaves or not. So you could sacrifice your own enchantment while the first exile effect is on the stack, and then their thing just like never comes back. That is possible. Then there's also like loops, so you just have like a few of those enchantments and then they're all just like bouncing or flickering each other. Then you have probably something in black that whenever enchantment comes in, you get X amount of value and you just loop it to infinity. That's also a possibility. It's like in Pauper Commander, Abdel Adrian is a commander that takes advantage of setting up those enchantments, flickering each other loops, and going infinite with that. Kooky, kooky, kooky. I really like, it's not an enchantment, but that white aura sight from Final Fantasy, it's like an Oblivion ring that also is a mana rock. That's kind of nasty. Just the value of it. They're cracking down on the enchantments. I need to use some more paint. If I paint this thinly, it's going to take forever. I've got to be more bold. Yeah, white Orsite. I like that card a lot. And it's a common. It's a common. Yeah, I like that. I like that shape. Maybe I go big with it. I put some down here too. More like blue Teferi magic all over the place, the less other stuff I have to put in. Should be spilling my secrets. But people like magic. The game is called Magic. Huge target, yeah. But I mean, if they're spending removal on that, they're probably not hitting like your commander or. Also depends. You could also like, remove something small with it. Just to, like get that extra value, but not like make it a target. Or you could hold up something like Teferi's Time Twist, right? And if they target it, then you blink it, you release whatever you had under it, and then you go to like the whatever's the biggest threat at the moment, right? Or someone plays like a farewell, then you blink it, and then you put your thing under it, the farewell goes off, blows up the, whether it's the like an Oblivion ring, an enchantment, or the aura sight, whatever it is, and it's like your dude dodged the board wipe. Blinking is like crazy. It's like one of the most powerful things you can do in Pauper too. Commander or like Pauper 60 card. That's why I own so many core Skyfishers. It's not blinking, it's just like bouncing back to hand and replaying, but it's just getting the value over and over again, right? This is a little much. Sharoom. I've got big Sharoom. What I mean by that is I bought the commander deck and I've got like the jumbo sized card or whatever still. I think Sharoom? No, wait. Not Sharoom. It's another Esper lady. It's the alternate commander for the Olero, the ageless aesthetic. It's not Sharoom though. I don't have big Sharoom. Atla? Yeah, if they printed like more common airbending, it would be over. It'd be so Jover. But yeah, I brewed up the Dai Li agents as like a pauper commander. And Earthbending 2 is nasty. No, not Earthbending 2, Earthbending. Or talk about like jumbo cards. I've put in like a bunch of orders for like the thick stock commander cards that come in like the commander product. I don't like this V stuff at all, frankly, here. I think maybe I do it like this. It's like trailing off. Maybe. When I do extensions, I like doing like the original bits on the like text box for people because it gives me lots of room to like erase it like that and just like try again till I get something I like. So that's where I like to have my fun, is like on the text box. Water penguin. What does otter penguin do? I'm gonna take a sip while I Google it. Oh yeah, that's good. Just unblockable threat to get damage in. Tolarian terrors are so good. They're so scary. It's like unavoidable. I need to find like a... Well, I know like there's one shop in my city that's doing pauper events right now. There used to be one right by me, but it's like a one-man show LGS, and he had like... He works a day job, so he's only open some days, and he had to like reduce his schedule. But the store that does pauper events is pretty far from me, so I just never get up the like gumption to go. Just taking a little break. I think I'll go grab my water from the fridge. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab my water. Actually, I'm gonna use the washroom too. I'm gonna mute myself. Alrighty, I got my water now. When I go walk my dog, I'll probably make another batch of tea. Except this time, I'm gonna make pandan tea. If you've never had pandan tea, I think you owe it to yourself to try some. It's very, very good stuff. It's the only tea my girlfriend drinks a lot of, like oolong and green tea and such, like without milk or honey and such. But it's the only tea I like to drink without any enhancers. Pandan tea. Pandan is kind of I've heard it compared to almost like a vanilla-esque flavor that's used in like more Asian cuisine. I think pandan tea is typically Vietnamese. Yeah, so I really like the flavor of pandan, and it's a really good tea to just drink. I have in like a little tiny cup like this. My girlfriend actually made this cup in a pottery class. What the hell's in it? I don't know what that is. But yeah, it's just a perfect little cup to pour a little bit of tea in. It keeps it nice and hot. Very good time. All right, I'm going to go back in, block in my fire loosely, and then I'm going to just kind of like block in green for the background. And then I'll basically have like all my basing done, all my kind of like loose shapes and stuff blocked in, and then from there I can get into like more detail work and getting the colors right and all that. So I think I'm gonna put like little bits of fire over the front here just to add that little bit of extra intrigue. Just like that, nothing too crazy, just a little bit extra. But yeah, that really kind of makes it pop. It looks really good. And I'm going to concentrate really on hitting these borders up as well. Because it really sucks when you have it looking good, but then you can still see that faint border line. So I always think it's more important to, you know, if it looks bad for a long time, but you get the border line, then when you get it to look good, the border line's already gone. That's what it's all about. Interesting. I put this one over top, and then a little bit of like fire, maybe like this. And this one, it'll kind of go in around like that. Lovely. This part's gonna go pretty quick because I'm just being so loose with it. In like the blue magic, I had to do like 8 tendrils for each card. But this fire is like only, you know, one big bout and then a couple little spots. So that's a lot easier. Have you ever had like pandasol as well? So pandasol is like a, at least to my knowledge, it's a Filipino, basically like a bun. But they'll often fill it with cream cheese. It's very nice. Especially they'll make ube pandasol made with like ube, of course. Very good. It looks like this nice, beautiful, like bright purple color. Such a treat. There's actually like a very large Filipino population in Edmonton, and they're all just like really, well, so far all the Filipinos I've met are really fantastic people. And I've worked with like many as well. It's kind of like one of those unfortunate side effects of like immigrating somewhere is you'll tend to like work like retail or something. So I've worked with a lot of people who are new to the country in my time working in retail, and it's been like a really big blessing because I feel like I grew up kind of like a small town, and you know, Alberta is like kind of considered kind of a very conservative, kind of stereotypically people consider it like closed-minded kind of section of Canada. And you know, that's just stereotypes. There's, you know, very enlightened people and very closed off people everywhere you go, right? So just ends up who you spend your time with, really. But my point is, I did grow up like small town, and it's nice to like expand my horizons and try new foods and learn about cultures and different music as well. So I always appreciated that part of my job a lot. And especially, you know, I feel like a lot of these people who kind of immigrate to a new country, they don't get treated well in the workplace, I find sometimes. So it was always important to me working in my manager role that, you know, I be like a good steward of my own values, but also show people that, you know, these are the values I would like Canada as a whole to hold, right? Doing my part to be the values that I want to see in the world. And I want to ensure that these people who under some other manager may not be treated as well, make sure they're treated as good as I can. Hey, whoa, my screen turned off. Deepa-deepa-dee. We're good. I think I just didn't move my mouse for a long time or something. Which is weird, I just got up and I got a drink. I really like these little extra bits of fire. They're really making the card come more alive. Dude, when I take a step back and just look at the wheel, it actually looks sick. Look at all these fire. It's like it looks like yeah, it looks like when they have like the sparkler wheel firework. You know, the like one I'm talking about where they light it and it like spins on like the stick or whatever. There's a sparkler. It looks like that. Hard Truth worked alongside a lot of other cultured people doing temp work in manufacturing plants in the Bible Belt, US. Seen a lot of poor treatment of wonderful individuals. The Wheel of Time. The Robert Jordan estate, please do not sue us. This is not the Wheel of Time, it is a Wheel of Time. Rest in peace to one of the goats of fantasy literature. But yeah, no, I think that's part of our North American, at least, working culture, right? I'd like to say that the stuff you hear going on in the US doesn't happen in Canada, but it happens just as much, I'm afraid to say. I feel like innovation isn't a thing that most companies are interested in. That's supposed to be like one of the benefits of capitalism. No, is that we innovate, we make the best products, blah blah blah. But most companies I've found out it's easier to increase their stock by you know, making cuts than it is to actually try to innovate and create something better and improve services, products, the world. Teferi's Time Turner, an independent IP. Yes. Gonna write some fan fiction about Teferi. Up late, twisting his time. But yeah, basically, you see it in pretty much every industry. It's like, the real way to make money is just to overcharge and underdeliver. And it starts with the workers, unfortunately. Woo! The funny thing is, it's like I would enjoy like consuming more like anti-capitalist content, but who's gonna make it? Who's gonna advertise on it? Who's gonna plant those trees for the future generation to sit under the shade of? I feel like a lot of us are very complacent in the modern era. Teferi. Where's Teferi been at in the lore? Is he alive? Is he with us? Did he get lost in time? Yo, what if that's fractured, what is it called? Fractured... What is it called? Fractured realities? Maybe Teferi just twisted the time too dang hard. Yo, Teferi, your time twisting is too swag. Your swag too different. Your time too twisted. He twisted time too hard and he fractured the realities. There we go. We did an extra layer on the fire. Now I think I'm gonna go in with kind of this like, just this light green base because everything kind of goes darker than that. So I'm going to find like just the lightest color, go with that, fill up the space so I can see what's happening, and then I'll start getting into details. So this blue was literally just this manganese blue hue plus white, so I don't mind, you know, getting rid of that on my palette. I don't need it to be sitting there forever, so I'm going to use that as the base for this kind of washed out light green that I'm going to make. That's another thing I do all the time, is I just keep changing my palette. I don't make enough colors to last through the whole project. And I'd probably be in better shape if I did, but I'm very, what is the word? I don't want to say cheap. I'm very, frugal with how much paint I use. I'm always trying to do the card in like as little paint as possible. And then because of that, I'm always putting too little paint down on my palette, unfortunately. Oh, I feel like I just got my hair in the shot. Not me watching the preview screen, dreading my hair. So I think at this point we're probably at an elapsed like hour and a half of painting. And I feel like this card, just doing it like not commissioned, so there's like no, you know, pressure to like get everything exactly perfect, but just kind of like doing it without any outside factors like streaming or a commission. I feel like this would probably be like a 3-hour card for me, probably. So in theory, if you times that by 8, that would be 24 hours. But I think we're going a lot more efficient than that. Yeah. Because I was still setting up for like the first little bit. I like briefly took a peek at the clock while I was up earlier. Yo, I wonder if my girlfriend will pop into the stream all the way from Punta Cana. Whenever my girlfriend pops in a stream, it like jump scares me. I feel like I have to be on my best behavior. Not so much best behavior, but it's like... It's just because I hold her in like high regard, I'm like, uh-oh, I gotta be on. Whereas like the average person, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. If they want to tune in, they tune in. But my girlfriend's around, like, oh no, I'm nervous. Same with doing the voiceover for my shorts too. I always wait till she like goes to the gym or she's like out and about. And then I sit down and record my voiceover. I don't think it's like a new method, but it could be like a new workflow for me. I think like at the very least it could be good if like people want to get like a play set of cards, right? They're playing like a non-singleton format and they want a play set. Could be good to like bust out the wheel. But I could use a smaller wheel. The Bastion spinner technique. I just got the thought of, I don't know, that being some sort of helicopter move. But I don't want to get into that. Domain expansion, Lazy Susan. I've trapped you in the Susan verse. Okay, there's gonna need to be some more red in there, but I'll just fill in that space for now. I feel like, you know, I would like to do play sets for people. I think it's like so cool to have like a play set of altered cards. Like, what I'm really looking forward to, I don't even know how it's going to be, but just like have a short, or not even a short, like my next binder video I have, if like no one picks these up, just have like, because of the 4-page binders, just have a whole spread that's just one card. I feel like that is like such a crazy flex. Part of me is like, I don't want to sell any because I just want to have a binder tour where I open it up and there's 8 copies of one card, all painted. Yo, have a good rest, Crispy P. I don't know what kind of like content I'll make around this, but I'll probably just do a YouTube post just with a picture at the end where you can see like all of them in a row. So probably by the time you wake up, I'll have that sorted. You can just get a little glimpse of how it turned out. But yeah, thanks for popping in, being a real one like always. Be People like you really help keep me going in this wonderful, wacky world. Oh, I just noticed I missed a part over here. I missed a few parts. I missed quite a few parts over here, actually. Oh, it's so nice when you're doing like the base layers and stuff, and no details, just shapes, just colors. Head empty. No matchy. I don't know what it is, but the EU and UK people always got my back. They always show up for me. I don't know why it is. If nobody's got me, I know the UK's got me. Speaking of the UK, oh, dang, I'm gonna do the thing where I bring up something I don't even know what it's called. But has anyone seen the show? I think it was Netflix. Or it's set in the UK, and the plot is that this like young kid is like arrested for like first-degree murder of one of his classmates, and the whole show is filmed in one continuous shot. Oh, I really wish I knew the name of the show. I watched it with my girlfriend. It was so good. It's actually like kind of mind-blowing. Like to have a whole like 30-minute episode where they go scene from scene, all done in one continuous shot. It just felt so fluid and so natural. It's like, oh, how come we haven't been filming like this the whole time? And it's like, well, because it's hard as hell, dude. Like, what do you mean? The whole reason we have film is that we don't have to do it in one continuous shot. We can edit on like a stage play or something, right? That's like the defining thing about film, is that you can edit it. Are you heading out, Awesomest Awesome Sauce, or are you just saying bye to Crispy P? Alright, I am going to just put a little 1 on the first one. Excuse my reach. I think it'll just help me with like planning and not... Especially if this goes long and I get tired, my brain might just like lock up and not know when to switch what I'm doing. One time, one of my alters got stuck to my monitor because I was just like holding it. I can't remember why, but I was holding it and I like dropped it and it got stuck to my monitor, like alter face towards the monitor. And I was trying to like get it off. No, it wasn't alter. It was back to the monitor. I was trying to like get it off without scraping my monitor. And I had this brilliant plan. I was like, I'll just stick it with the tape and then take it off the monitor. And that worked, but then I took it off the tape and peeled like a whole section of my altar. And that was like one I was done with. I actually still have it. So don't pick up your like not even an hour old finished altar. My bark form harvester, I picked it up with tape from my monitor. And I got a big chunk out of it there. Is this seeable? I don't know. Is it seeable up here? No, it's so dark. Doesn't matter. Anyways, moving on. I have 8 cards to paint. We gotta be real here. just gonna put a 1 here. In case anyone says, why is there green tape on that one? That's my starting point. So whenever I like move on to the next step, I'll know that that's where I'm moving on. Head tugs. You spin them too much. Yeah, there's like so much weird stuff I do just because I do so much of this like time-lapse content. Like holding my brush way back so my hand doesn't get in the way. Like it doesn't help with control, or it certainly doesn't help painting fine details, so. And then of course taping them down really helps with getting that nice consistent shot for a time lapse. That fire is gonna like pull so much interest with the rest of these like cool tones on the card. It's gonna be very interesting, I think. Kind of my plan here is to just do a preliminary cleanup on the Teferi the text I want to float there, so it doesn't get too bogged down and hard to see where it is after I do this base green layer. And then I'm gonna go back in with my blues, because these greens and blues are kind of looking a little similar, especially here at the top. Yeah, go do whatever you gotta do, alters by alters. Take it easy. I'm gonna be here. If the chat is 0, I'll be here. If the chat is 150, I'll be here. If you need to use the washroom, I'll be here. But I'm just having a good time. The wheel is actually really fun, frankly. It feels like a little part of me is like alters are all like personalized, not what make them special, but I think the wheel is like a really fun way to paint, even if you're sacrificing a little bit of individuality. Blow out my time projection in a good way or a bad way? Like, do we think it's going to take forever, or do we think it's actually going to be surprisingly fast? Because like we're doing all the like easy stuff right now. I've never like streamed in like decent evening hours where most people are at home. Mostly streamed in the morning, so I could get like a little boost just because of doing it at a better time for your average viewer. In a good way, okay. Yeah, I feel like blocking stuff in is going pretty quickly, but I don't know if I'm going to be like going super crazy detail on this like twisting background. I might just kind of like get it so it looks good to the eye. Yeah, I think the pace is pretty good just because like I don't have to stop to wait for stuff to dry, right? And it's like I said, I'm in on this. I don't have like a second monitor that I'm staring at, except I'm looking at chat once in a while. But yeah, I'm like solely invested in this right now. So I think that will kind of help speed things up. Lovely. I'm probably gonna get to have a little walk with my dog at some point, so when I get to the detail step, I'll probably take my little break then come back all fueled up, ready to rock. But yeah, I think as long as you pick like decent cards for it, this is like a great way to paint. Good beats, it's just old school RuneScape music, like remixes. It's by a YouTuber who goes by OSRS Beats. When this turns into like a VOD, I have to like go back and add in the credits to him as well. I always forget it when I'm like setting up the stream, but then I always remember to go back and add them in. I don't think it's so much about the palette. I just think like if I was doing like brickwork details, it might be annoying to do that on 8 cards. Or, you know, if I had to like expand like a person, because I'm mostly just expanding kind of like shapes and colors and vibes. But anything where it was like really technical, I probably wouldn't want to do 8 of them at once. But yeah, it's just funny. I looked at the Aether Spellbomb, I was like, nah, too easy. I'm painting 8 of them, too easy. I need to get something with a little bit of fire, a little bit of contrast. And of course I'm going to be like floating 8 copies of this text. It's not a lot of text, mind you, but... Oh shoot. I went brain dead and I just grabbed some red paint by accident. And a lot of times I'm like... I subscribe to like the idea of just kind of letting the paint go where it's gonna go, and if it didn't go the way you want to go, just retry. So a lot of times, even on my precise details, I just like plop some paint down, like, oh, that doesn't look right, wipe it off, plop it down, wipe it off, plop it down, and I'm like, oh, it went where I wanted it to, we're good. I feel like it's way easier to just kind of accept that the paint isn't always going to go exactly where you want, but just to like give it a few tries. And sometimes it just like looks good all by itself. That's a real big win. Running for a bit. Oh, sounds good. Have you all muted in the back so I'll watch as I'm doing stuff. Excellent. I need those watch time hours so I can get the full monetization. I got about a little under 600 more watch time hours to go till I'm fully monetized. It's another bonus of doing a long marathon content. The potential for getting more hours is there. Especially since I don't have like a lot of like killer ideas for like long form videos. I don't know if anyone knows this, but this is like actually crazy. To get monetized on YouTube, like fully monetized via short views, you need like 15 million short views. Isn't that crazy? 15 million. It's absolutely wild. It's like I would need every second person in Canada to watch my shorts one time all the way through. So half of my entire country would need to watch a short. So when I saw that, I knew my strategy would be to try to go for the long form hours. And it's really a blessing that people find the binder tours interesting, because those are pretty much the only thing pulling in any meaningful long form hours. I'm always trying to come up with new ideas, but I don't want to like dilute the well. And what I mean is like the algorithm knows that my channel is about like Magic the Gathering art to some degree. So I don't want to confuse the algorithm. I'd like to make like, you know, like Pauper Commander deck videos. I think that'd be pretty fun. And I'm very interested in brewing around that format. But I think it might dilute kind of what the channel is about, confuse people. But anyways, I'm sure YouTube strategy isn't a very interesting subject for people who are not doing YouTube. For me, it's like what I think about all the time. I drive my girlfriend crazy. I'm thinking about YouTube too much. Need to get my card more in the center of my lines here. Alright, I need to get more paint onto my palette. I'm running on fumes here. So just a little bit more blue. And then I've got lots of yellow on there already. I will need some white. Let's grab all that white. Move it here. Grab some of that blue. And get some of that yellow. That is not the right color that we're going for. We need more blue. We got too yellowy there. This is taking up a lot of space on the old palette. I should have used my Stay Wet, my Star Wet palette. This palette is just made out of a pencil case from the dollar store. It's got a couple of sponges in it, kind of cut to size so that they fit. And that looks right. Got a couple sponges cut to size that they fit, and then it's got like a old cut up t-shirt fabric, just some cotton fabric on top of those sponges to make like a one nice strong layer, because the sponges have a lot of weird spongy texture, right? Because of the fact that they're sponges. What the heck is this thing on my brush? What is that? I don't know. It's off now though. I got too much paint on my brush here. Alright. So yeah, my palette, sponges, shirt, and then cheap parchment paper. Like we have a discount store in Canada called like No Frills, and it sells No Name, which is like similar to Walmart Great Value, just like the generic brand, right? But yeah, since it's really cheap, it doesn't have like a non-stick silicone spray on it. It's just straight paper, which is what you want, because then it will soak up the water, right? So the paper is holding a layer of water like inside the fibers. Then when you put the paint on it, the paint stays wet. So that's how I've set up my wet palette. But like I said, it is kind of small, but it's nice and compact, and it has a lid so I can put it away and it stays pretty hydrated. So I've even, well, quite often I'll go overnight and come back in the morning and my paint is nice and wet still. So works pretty good, frankly, despite being all dollar store jank. But I mean, that's how I live my life. This whole wheel setup is dollar store jank. The board is foam core, 2 layers of foam core with a hole cut in the middle to fit the wheel. And then it's wrapped in like a vinyl wrap that I also bought from the dollar store. So I'm all dollar store all the time, baby. And here in Canada, our dollar store, our most popular one at least, is called Dollarama. And it's pretty sus, frankly. It's not a nice store to go into. It's always like dirty and there's like product on the floor everywhere. But you do save some money, which is always a good time. I can't wait till I go back in with the blues and differentiate them a little bit, because they're blending in with these greens in a way that is kind of bugging me, but is also kind of like difficult to do anything about when you have 8 cards on the go. So I'm about halfway there for this green layer, because I see my 1 is at the other side of the board. Yeah, putting that 1 there was helpful because I could see my progress a lot better. Keeps me more mindful. I was kind of just like lost in the void before that. Man, this green is like really nice with that blue. They're very complementary. Very cool tones. Then that like bright red. That warm tone. I really like this piece of art. Blink spell's pretty cool. Cool tones are pretty cool. Overall, pretty cool, I might say. All right. Next up. Sorry if the humming is a little tiresome, but I am an individual who likes to do a little humming once in a while. My girlfriend has had to shush me once in a while when she's trying to focus on something. Man, my brush is really getting... it's going through it. After I finish this green base layer, I think I'll probably do a real deep clean on my brush. Try to get back to life a little bit. I think it's got a lot of dry paint in the bristles here. I'm just gonna give it some water, give it a little drink. Kind of reactivate any paint that's in the bristles. But yeah, these base layers, they don't need super precision. I'm just getting my colors and shapes in. But eventually I'll need kind of my brushes to be nice and pointy so I can get all the little details that I want to get. Top is where it gets a little tricky because I didn't cover the black a lot, the, you know, normal borders. It's really kind of washing out my blues and greens and kind of making them look kind of similar colors. So I'm real eager to get some more layers in so they'll start to, you know, pop out individually a bit more. Lovely, lovely. That's another one down. I got 2 more and then I can go on to the next step here, which is going to be just adding some more blue of my kind of blue magic. So it's just got more opacity. So like I said, it sticks out against that green better. And after that, I have the dreaded task of cleaning up the text box a bit, which is usually not so bad on one card, but when you're doing 8 of them, could be a bit of a pain in the butt. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Alright, I made this one kind of twist around up here. And this one's kind of doing a similar shape. I need some ideas. If anyone has any ideas of cards that would be good to do like 8 of them at once. I've got kind of a list, but I would appreciate additional ideas. Cards that like get people excited, that are like not staples, well maybe staples. Cards that people like run in decks, right? Even if it's like 60 card formats, what would be a good play set? I was looking through like a bunch of decks, and it's funny because I feel like the old kind of like magic knowledge was to like always run 4-ofs for consistency. But I'm seeing so many decks, so many different formats. People are running 3-ofs and 2-ofs and 1-ofs and these silver bullet cards. And it's really interesting to see how like Magic has evolved that way. There's also the fact that, you know, maybe tutoring is becoming more abundant. So you don't have to run 4 of something because you can always tutor for it. I don't know, but it's kind of interesting. I was looking through all these deck lists and seeing so many 3-ofs, 2-ofs, 1-ofs. Then the sideboard, it's like sometimes it's like 1-of, 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 2-of. And that's always so kooky. It's especially interesting because we've seen like so many of like the kind of staple effects get, you know, functional reprints of, right? So there are definitely effects you could run essentially more than 8 copies of that exact effect if you wanted to. So it's really interesting that, you know, playsets seem to be becoming less common, even though more than ever we could achieve like higher rates of consistency. All that to say, like, it seems like cards that people run actual like 4-of playsets are becoming more rare. Then again, usually when you're looking at these lists, you're running like, you're looking at like the tournament winning list, right? So it's been like optimized. Every tiny little aspect of it has been optimized as far as possible. Meaning all these little answers and all these, you know, switch ups for the mirror match and anything you could imagine are all in the deck. Whereas most likely your average player is running more 4-ofs. Because they might not know the meta they're going into as well as the professionals, as these people are topping the events with their decks, right? Or maybe they just don't have the professional insight to know where they need to make these tiny little improvements. looking forward to moving on to the next step. Although it's going to be a little slow, I must admit. Because each of these cards has like 8 of these blue magic tendrils. So it is a little slow to do all of them. But it will help a lot in differentiating this green and the blue. Some cards I was thinking about doing on this weekend wheel. I had a really fun time painting that Howling Mine recently. I've considered that. But I also don't want to do cards that I've already done. I like the novelty of doing new cards as much as possible. I haven't done like Solemn Simulacrum yet. Thought that might be good for the wheel. It gets a lot of play. But I'm not sure which art I'd use. I like the one where he's like standing on the top of the building, but it's kind of like good the way it is. Expanding it would just be more clouds unless I put something in the sky. But what would I put? These are the questions that we must ask ourselves when we are painting little cards. Then of course you've got your like command towers and your soul rings, but I really want to do the Lorwyn commander soul ring, the one with the clouds in the background. It's just hard to secure like 8 copies of it. I only have 1 so far at the moment. But when it comes to doing a soul ring, like it's either that or I want the like flamey one, but those are expensive, so I don't think I have the cash on hand to buy 8 copies of the flamey soul ring. Then command towers, like I don't know which I would like extend the art on. All the command towers are in a kind of style that's difficult to emulate. They've got like a lot of like just kind of like fading to dark parts, which isn't hard to emulate, but it's kind of like not super interesting is the problem. It's the 2 sides to the one coin. Either it can be really interesting and hard to achieve, or it can be really easy to achieve but not that interesting. Oop, I need to get my card in the middle here. The wheel has a mind of its own. I'm not holding it down. Just like that, all my green is base layered up. Lovely. So now I'm going to go back with the blue and just, you know, do all my wisp again. The red actually went on like pretty strongly. Usually red has a not that strong of a pigment, but I did a layer with white, so it was more of a pink my first layer, and the white kind of bulked it up a bit. I think I'm going to just give my whole palette the old spinaroo. Right, sticking with theme. My palette is there. Let's go to 1, and we're going to go back in with the blue. Deepen all those so they stand back out again. Finally, a new life? Oh, was I keeping you waiting? You're waiting with bated breath on me? Press X to doubt. You're busy, but now you're here? No worries at all. No worries. My brush is like really going through it right now, so I'm actually going to try to clean my brush really quick. So I'll kind of walk through what I'm doing. This is like a brush cleaner that my girlfriend gave me. I don't know, it's from Japan, I think. It looks Japanese to me. But this is, what, like a little pill container? I just put a little bit of it in here. Not a lot, doesn't take a lot. It's pretty strong stuff. Don't drop that. And then this really gets like all the paint out of the brush, everything that's gotten up into the metal bits, the ferrule it's called. Did I go to a Strix pre-release? Yeah, I played Lorehold. My top choices, I said I wanted to play something with black in it, either Witherbloom or Silver Quill, but all of those color, the pre-release kits for those colors were taken. I think they're probably like the best colors. I don't know. But I ended up getting Lorehold, and I did pretty good, frankly. I took two of my 3 matches out of 3, right? And in games, I went like 5-2. So I didn't drop any games until I got to my last matchup, unfortunately. And the trick, I don't know exactly what it was called, but the 4-mana Lorehold artifact lets you mill 1 card and then you can play it from graveyard. I opened 2 of those, and basically any game where I pulled that, I ended up taking that game. The problem with Lorehold Boros very often is that you lack the card advantage. So any game I pulled those, I ended up, grinding it out and getting the W. But then I had like 2 games in a row in my last matchup where I didn't find that card, even though I was running a couple copies of it, and I had like big score and some other kind of red card selection, but I couldn't find it. And then I just kind of ran out of gas. So I just was using my brush cleaner, and then I just rub it around in my palm a little bit to just work that kind of product into the bristles and into the metal bit. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to do like a pre-release kind of, just at home, and you could trade your cards, and you might as well each make the strongest deck you can out of the cards you open, right? So you trade cards in the color just for the event and play with the best decks you can make and have a good time. What kind of color combos, what schools did y'all rock? I had fun with the Lorehold school. I just think it was a little lacking in power compared to the schools with black in them. I mean, there's an uncommon black creature that if you, with Repartee, reanimate for free, right? Like, bro, how is my Tome Blast going to compete with that? Green, blue, white. Nice. A little splash of white. What did you splash white for? Alright, I'm back at number 1. So this isn't going to be like super transformational. I'm just like deepening my colors a bit. I need less water in my paint though, so that it shows up for me here. I opened the big like Pox card. I opened up 2 copies of that, but it's like 4 black pips or something. There's no way I could have did it with what was in my pool. I had the Lorehold kind of like starter bit, and then I only opened 2 black creatures, so there's no way I was playing that. And then I opened the Black Mythic Withering Something, I think it's called. Just another board wipe. And then I opened the black-green, like 4 target things, blow them up. So if I was in black, I had so much board wipe potential. But then I also had like nothing to do once the board was clear. But I really liked Strixhaven as a set. I like the schools. I like how they've like kind of like reimagined some of the color pairings, right? I'm a guy who I really like moving things in and out of my graveyard. It's like my favorite thing to do in Magic, so I do really like Lorehold and the things that it does. I just think it's a little less juiced than the other colors, especially for a pre-release. Yeah, these, if they don't sell on stream, they're gonna go in the shop, and I'll probably keep the price low. And then I'll have like a bunch, and like I said, I want to try to find ones that people might be interested in, like a playset of. I don't think there's any like pauper decks that are running a playset of Teferi's Time Twist, but it's like future cards. I just kind of had to pick between the cards I have at home that I had 8 copies of, and I don't have many cards that I own 8 copies of that aren't like already in use, right? It's usually if I think a card is really good when like comes out, I'll buy a bunch of copies, but like if I'm right, well then they usually end up in decks, right? And I feel like the nice thing about common cards is usually it's like quite apparent if the card is good enough, or good or not. That's what I meant to say. Because it's like pretty clear when a card is like just doing stuff that you already have like functional better copies of doing that thing. What is this magic doing here? It's swirling like this. Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, there's usually like nothing so splashy at common that you can't assess whether it's good or not. It's like when Tamio's Safekeeping came out. It's like target thing gets what? Indestructible and hexproof until end of turn. And there's like another line of text on it for 1 green. I was like, yo, this card's sick. And I bought like 10 of them for less than $1 each. And then, you know, within 2 weeks, they're $5 a pop. It's crazy. But yeah, it's kind of funny. I think commons just don't get like the attention, but then they end up being like sleeper hits. Do you pink cards that you like sometimes? And I know you do commissions, but like how do you figure out cards other than commissions? Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. So when I'm doing a card that's not a commission, it's like this weird combination of like I like the art, the card is like known in the Magic community, so it's like playable or interesting or nostalgic, right? Just has to hit like a box where it's like known. It has had an impact on people or a format in some way or another. And then also, one, if I can achieve the effects of the card, and 2, if there's like anything I think I can really add to the card, right? And then of course I have like a bunch of cards that are just for my personal decks as well. And usually in my binder tours I pull those out and I put them back in the binders. But yeah, a lot of my cards end up being commons just because that's what I play the most, right? Typically, when I'm doing a card that isn't commission, usually I like to leave the rules text box pretty clear. I usually don't mess with it too much when I'm doing a card just for myself. And I try not to add too much flashy stuff, but I mean, I can just tell from the metrics of my shorts of what does well is that people are more interested when there's kind of flashy stuff going on. But I'm always trying to just do right by the original art, just kind of extend whatever I feel like the artist was going for, right? And I could be off in my interpretation of what their goal was. But that's kind of my mindset. And it's there's this whole kind of Venn diagram of little factors that when they all overlap, I'm like, that's a perfect card to alter. Oh wait, what am I doing? That's not that. I'm got blue on my brush right now. Things are starting to look up. It's looking good. This was actually the #1 card I started with. I remember because I put this swirl on it. But oh well. I just have the one so that I'm kind of doing things in steps, so I know when to move on to the next step if I get too lost in the weeds. I think I'm at about 2 hours elapsed of painting at this point. Probably when I hit hour 3, I will go take my dog out. Take a little break, get a little snack, let my eyes rest for a moment. I might also look into... I think I need to upload a thumbnail for this. I think the thumbnail might still show me painting Omnath. I might have to look into that. But that's not for probably, like I said, an hour or so. I think by that time I'll have most of this basing done and I'll be into kind of some more interesting stuff. But when it came to selecting a card for the wheel, I put up a post on YouTube with some options, but the only cards I really had 8 copies of lying around were Core Skyfisher, Teferi's Time Twist, Aether Spell Bomb, and Impulse, I believe. And I was kind of leaning on doing Aether Spell Bomb because it's just a lot of blues. But I felt like I had to push myself a little bit and do this one. It's got some interesting bits, like this fire that's going kind of over the name. I'm going to have to end up floating the name. So that'll be kind of intriguing to the eye. And it's got the big contrast of the fire. Whereas the Aether Spell Bomb, it looks good altered. I've done it before as well. But it is just a bunch of blue. So that was kind of my thought process for picking out cards just for this wheel, for example. I'm starting to get a lot of color on my wheel itself. I don't know if the paint will wash off. It's just like an acrylic, not acrylic, like a vinyl wrap, faux marble on a cheap dollar store wheel. So I don't know how that's going to turn out, frankly. I might have to get a new wheel or rewrap it. That could be a possibility. A custom dragon? In what way? Like a dragon from scratch? Dragon would probably be one of the things I could do, decently well from scratch, because I used to draw dragons a lot when I was a kid. I used to like exclusively draw like fantasy stuff. So I was watching like an episode of Drawfee and they're talking about how like drawing armor is hard, but I feel like I'm not saying I'm amazing at drawing armor, but I feel like I spent my whole youth drawing armor, so I feel like I can draw armor a lot easier than I can draw some other stuff like just strong posing and compositional work. But yeah, it's kind of crazy I haven't altered any dragons yet, honestly. I have like a few, but I don't know, it just hasn't come up yet. I think a lot of dragons end up being kind of pricey as well. And then the cheaper dragons, they're like not super effective. So then they don't see a lot of play. So then I'm like, okay, well, I want to alter something that's going to see play. So it's like either I got to fork out for a big bomb splashy dragon, or I don't know. Favorite MTG creators besides myself I like? Yeah, I watch a lot of Magic the Gathering content. I think my favorite is probably MTG Goldfish. I think the whole crew is so fun. And they've got great chemistry together. Because I'm a big Pauper fan, I listen to every episode of the PDH Pod. So that's a Pauper Commander podcast. I listen to every episode of that comes out. Basically the day it comes out, usually. Then there's what is it called? The Jalapeno Poppers. They also do Pauper Commander content. And they do good work. I like those guys a lot. Of course, just like pretty much everyone. I watch The Prof. I watch Game Nights. I never really like watched Ben Bateman's content, but I watch his the Chaos Wall show just because they've got like so many good personalities on there. I'd listen to the Shivam and Wheeler Love Magic podcast. I watch like all the Loading Ready Run content. I always watch Canadian Highlander content, even though I've like never played Canadian Highlander myself. I watch all the content. I think it's a really interesting and cool 1v1 format that does like really powerful stuff. Good Cheap Dragons, Belladros, because he died fast, but his theme is awesome. He died fast, like people like are already like over it. I feel like I want to paint like a Skithiryx, right? Is that how it's pronounced? Skithiryx, the Blight Dragon or whatever. I'm pretty sure, I can't really picture it in my head at the moment, but I'm pretty sure it has like those like green toxic kind of clouds to it. And those are amongst my favorite things to paint, is like those green toxic clouds. Oh, he died because of reprints. Perfect. Perfect. Sign me up. Belladros. Look, this cheeky one, I did a little signature with his magic, a little BA. I mean, I'm doing 8 of them. I might as well have a little fun, right? Even if that one sits in my binder, it's still pretty cool, little flex. I'm going to just get like pure blue for up top here, just so I can try get some differentiation. There we go. The black border is kind of washing out my colors away at the top here. So it's hard to see the difference between the blue and the green. So I'm just going heavy on the blue. TCG Player is your most used app. Wait, what do you use TCG Player for? To look at cards? I always use Scryfall. Just to like look at cards and stuff. I like Scryfall a lot. It took like a while to like learn all the O tags and the syntax and stuff, but once I had that down, it became like such a sick tool, frankly. I see. Yeah, in my mind, I just think of like TCG Player as like a marketplace. I don't think of it as like an app / other uses for it I'm not familiar with. Let's go. Each pass, it starts to look a little bit more and more like a thing. These borders are pretty stubborn though. Usually it takes a while to get them gone. And when I'm doing like 8 cards, they're more stubborn. This is why I try not to do it like perfect color matching right out of the gate, because like you're gonna need that perfect color on your palette for like 6 layers until this line is gone. So I just get the like color close. I get it like to a point where it's easy to mix. Like it's just a mixture of my one blue and a little bit of white. So if I need more, it's very easy to make more. And then once I can't see these lines and the shapes are all looking good, that's when I go in with the really proper close colors. It also helps to work kind of like light, or not exactly light, but low kind of pigment density to higher. So blues have really high pigment density and the greens are a bit lower. So when I was setting this up, I kind of put in the red first because that's my lowest kind of pigment density. It's hard to color other stuff with the red. And then I went blue, then I went green. Oh, I did not expect there was that much white on my brush. Oops. But yeah, I'm just trying to bulk up over top these border bits. Really get those hidden away. But you know you're painting really thin when you can like barely see your borders. We hit 3 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, hour number 4. Boom, boom. Ladies and gentlemen, hour number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess it doesn't work. We'll do Mamba number 5 on hour 5. I wonder if people are like hoping this takes a long time. People are like, man, I want to see him struggle and be painting 20 hours later. Or if people generally wish the best for me. Actually, one kind commenter on the post said like, don't burn yourself out. That was really nice. So yeah, I think people do care. But I do think there would be humor if this was like 16 hours later. I'm just like wheezing. Or I pass out on the wheel. And I wake up with like a bunch of paint on my face. That would be funny. But I don't think that's likely to happen. I mean, just last night I stayed up till 5 a.m. So I'm very unlikely to pass out from not sleeping much. Because I only sleep, you know, like 4 or 5 hours a night typically anyway. I'm just built different. My childhood of playing RuneScape taught me that sleeping is EXP waste. We got any grinders out there? Got any EXP grinders out there? Who up grinding their EXP? Alright, I've got a few more until I'm back at 1. What is this? Oh, okay. This is the one where I have the like magic going around town. Take it around town. Alright, let's see if that SpongeBob laugh makes everybody leave the stream. Sleeping is not needed? Don't tell my girlfriend that. She very much wishes I would sleep more. It's recommended, yeah. I feel like most doctors recommend sleep. 9 out of 10 doctors agree that sleeping, good for you. The 10th doctor, I don't know what he's about though. He's a kooky guy. I'm like getting further away from my color, but that's just because I want the opacity of the white paint to cover up the borders that are still noticeable. It'll be very quick to get the right color like once we're there. Blues are something that's pretty, unless you've got like a weird super digital glowy blue, it's pretty straightforward to hit blues, in my opinion. Hold up, wait a minute. It's me, the 10th Doctor. I was gonna think of a joke, but my brain went too slow. I thought the joke backwards. I was thinking like, it's me, Dr. Sleep. It's like, well no, this doctor isn't about sleep. He's a hater. It's me, Dr. What is it when you can't sleep? You stay up all night? I keep thinking narcolepsy, but that's the opposite. That's when you fall asleep kind of like randomly. Oh, the 10th Doctor. You mean the one that's 3 colorless, 1 red and 1 blue? Oh, that has Allons-y? No, I don't remember the Doctor Who cards that well. I went and I played like a Commander game, and the guy was playing like a Doctor Who pre-con, but like juiced up. And it was like turn 4 and he had like 14 permanents suspended or something, and I didn't know what the heck was going on. I was like, yeah, man, he's just moving dice and ticking them up and down and stuff. I'm like, yeah, whatever you say goes, my dude. Seems like you thought about this a lot. My brain is not big enough to follow along at the moment. Timey-wimey. Look at that. We just got a couple more and then we're back on number 1. Alright, take care. Thanks for stopping by. Give me some good chatting. Take it easy. Move on down the road. Like in the Muppet movie. I'm gonna have to like make some passes that are just about covering these border lines because they're really sticking out right now. I got a lot going on here. Okay, nice blue over top that nameplate like that. Looks pretty good. Getting more just like straight up blue, because this is where it constantly is like blending the blues and greens, being difficult here on that top. These borderlines driving me kooky. Man, Teferi's kind of a cool cat, ain't he? With his time magic and his big old staff. It's like Rafiki from Lion King. You get bonked by that staff, it's gonna hurt. Once I finish this little layer, I think I'll stand up and get a little stretch in. It's been 3 hours of painting, right? Gotta take care of yourself in this world. No one else is going to. You only get one body. Alrighty. Lovely, just about there. Alright, gonna mute myself. Just stand up. Do a little walk around the apartment. Stretch my back, that kind of stuff. Be one moment. Okay, I'm back. I just need a little bit of stretch, get my water situation sorted. And then I noticed that my thumbnail for the stream was still Omnath from the last time I streamed, so I fixed that up. I think I'm going to do the very troublesome work now of cleaning up my text, because if I do too many layers over that, it's going to get muddled. So I like to just put a lid on my box here. And actually, I'm just gonna grab, I have like a nice long toothpick. Go get it, Libby. Go get it. Alright. Yeah, I got some of these like cocktail toothpicks or something. Big boys. Alright, this is going to be tricky because I don't want to get my head in the shot. But yeah. Now the trick is to wet the toothpick just a little bit. And when the toothpick is nice and wet, instead of like peeling the paint up, it kind of like reactivates the paint. It makes it a bit more liquidy. Then you're more or less just pushing that liquid paint off rather than scraping it off. When you scrape it off, that's when it's going to have like really jagged edges to it, basically. We want to keep it pretty clean here. But yeah, this could be a rather time-consuming process for 8 cards. First pass doesn't have to be perfect. Typically I'll just like paint over top of the colors rather blatantly. Not the colors, the text. I'll just paint over it rather blatantly for a couple layers, and then I'll clean it up. Then I'll do that again, paint it rather blatantly over it for a couple layers, clean it up again. Then usually on the last few layers I'll just try to, instead of trying to paint and then clean it up, that's when I will just paint very, very carefully. And that's usually what works for me. But I mean, if your strong suit was just painting very carefully all the time, and you had nice, flawless, steady hands, then yeah, do it that way. But we all have different little strong suits. And unfortunately, despite me spending a lot of time doing altars, my strong suit is not having flawless, steady hands. It's kind of tricky. I'm trying to keep my head out of the shot. It's a lot easier when you're like, oh wait. I forget I can like activate magnify mode by taking my glasses off because I'm nearsighted. So if I take my glasses off, it actually like, it's like I'm magnified a bit. And I can see closer. This is going to be quite the process. But like most of it, my first few layers, I don't need it to be perfect, right? So here's Teferi's time twist. The text, that is. But doing nice close text is like, I feel like it's really a sign that you know what you're doing. You know what I mean? And I'm always rotating this wheel the same direction, so that, like, the last card I get to was the oldest one I painted, so that it's nice and dry by the time I get to it. Got that little apostrophe. There we go. And then I am very like gently wetting this toothpick in between kind of like letters. And also, you know, every once in a while I'm just like rubbing it on my fingers or a piece of fabric or something, just to get any paint that's stuck to the end off. Otherwise you're just going to be kind of pushing the paint around instead of actually getting it off. Or you'll like do a different part of your card. Like if I did a card that was mostly blue, then I get a bunch of red on it from when I was previously scraping the nameplate. That's something that can happen if you don't get it off there, just like this. What does this sound like on that toothpick? Is that is it like grating, or is it nice? Is it chill? I'm sure it's not too loud. What's the D20 for? I don't know, it's just there. Do you want me to roll it? Do you want to get a roll in real quick? I feel like there is like a decent possibility that this cheap wheel will not survive the whole painting session. I want to like put like a bunch of just like interesting knickknacks in the frame, but I don't really have many knickknacks at the moment. Also, I was running a little bit behind. I started the stream like 5 minutes late, and then for the first like 10 minutes I was still taping cards to the wheel and shit. But I had told people the time it was going to start, so I couldn't afford to delay any longer. Dang, so much progress. You think so? I'm glad to hear it, because when you're staring at it the whole time, progress feels kind of slow. But right now we're like cleaning text, so the progress is like actually going to be very slow. Although I think I'm already 3 cards down of like cleaning the text, so there is that. Yakchi says Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, I thought about calling it the Wheel of Fortune, but I feel like it implies like gambling. Which was like not quite the vibe I was going for. I think maybe I should go back and like look at other possible wheels I could reference in Magic. the loot box wheel. Constitution check. Alright, you got a modifier? 4 plus modifier. Or minus modifier. Your constitution might be weak from getting tummy problems. Teferi's time twist. Teferi twist your time, what do you do? Teferi comes up to your girl and twists her time, what do you do? You're making a delicious rotisserie chicken and Teferi twist your time, what do you do? But it's spelled T-H-Y-M-E, the herb. Come on, baby, light my fire. YouTube should just let me sing whatever songs I want. Do you think it'd be really taking anything away from the original artist? I mean, it'd be taking something away from the viewers, but... the heck with, ooh-wee, look at that. The progress is feeling very slow right about now. But this has to be done or else the text gets kind of lost. If you can't see it well, then you're just kind of guessing when you're scraping it. That's when you get big kind of errors. Actually, I don't think I really like this long toothpick. Kind of sucks. Oh yeah, look at that. That's way better. Well, we gave it a try. Sometimes you just can't mess with the classics. Little toothpick. I want to get like some sandpaper or something that I can like rub the toothpick on to keep the point sharp. Because I find after I use it a bunch it gets kind of dull. We need to get all the altruists together and find the best brand of toothpicks. The awesomest awesome, looking nice. It's like my mom's catchphrase, looking good. She's always saying that. Looking good, son. What are your plans for Easter? POV, it's January. Ooh, I put a little fire over here. Bada bing, bada boom. Don't want to dox my girlfriend, but she's in the chat. Are you watching you on mobile? How does the like thing in the how does it look on mobile? Can you actually see what's going on? I like set it up so the card I'm working on is like in the middle of the screen. I just like set up another capture window and put the card I'm working on up here. So on mobile you should be able to see it. What are you doing with the toothpick? I'm just tasting the card. No, just kidding. Slightly wetting the toothpick and then I'm peeling up the paint that's over top of my letters. So the letters are going to show through the fire here. It's kind of a little slow process, but my typical rule of thumb is I do 2 layers of paint over like the letters, and then I clean them up, and then I do 2 more and I clean them up, and then after that I usually just paint as closely as I can. But for the first few layers I just paint over them and then clean them up. And that just helps kind of like get the shape you're going for. I'll do it a lot of times if let's say there's like a sword going like this in the art, then when I'm extending it I'll just paint kind of along it and through the name box, and then I'll get rid of the name box part after. Yeah, because if you just try to like see the sword going through here and then you just try to eyeball it and line it up, or even if you use a straight edge or something, it's just, for some reason it just never looks good. So I just take whatever it is I'm extending, I draw right through the box, and then I get rid of it later. So I do kind of like the same thing with when I want the text to show through, but I want an effect that kind of goes around or over the text. Is I just paint over the text and then I clear it off. Are you doing any more layers? Oh yeah, I'm going until I'm done today. I don't care if it's like 3 a.m. if it's like 5 p.m. tomorrow. My whole kind of like concept of this wheel was it's like a marathon. And it's like kind of like a way to force myself to get like a lot of work done. Because even in my like past streams, I would like get 90% of the way there. I'm like, I'm good. I'll finish this up off stream. But I think this is like more of a spectacle and more of like a contained experience. So I will be finishing this wheel, every card on it. I'm not gonna say in one sitting because I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna walk my dog, right? But it's all gonna be done today. In basically like one long extended paint session. Snoot check, please. Libby! Come see me! Come see me. Come on. Up, up. Alright, here's the snoot check. Let's see. No, don't touch the wheel, Libby. Wow, you're famous. Alright. Okay. Sorry to bug you. We're gonna go walk in about half hour. Uh-oh, I lost my toothpick and all that excitement. Have I not gotten up? About 15 minutes ago I got up, I got a drink of water, used the washroom, Kind of did a lap or two around the condo. I mean, my undisclosed bunker. And yeah, no, I got up, I stretched it out for, you know, about 5 minutes or so. But like I just said, in probably about, I don't know, somewhere between 20 minutes and half an hour, I'm gonna go walk my dog. And I'll just mute the microphone and leave the chill vibes on in the background. Yep, yep. You stretched? I mean, yeah, I mean, sometimes, like, anytime you move, you stretch, in theory, right? Now, did I do the artificial thing where you put tension on your body parts? Purposely, for no reason? No, I didn't quite do that. But yeah, every step you take stretches the tendons in your leg. Am I right? Gamers? Oh, I wonder if the mail comes in. When I walk my dog, if the mail comes in and I get a delivery, I'll like open that up on the stream too. Because I'm expecting some cards in. And then that'll be a nice little kind of like palate cleanser. If anybody's into that. It's funny, I have like, I know that I have like 2 Aether Spell Bombs coming in the mail, maybe 3. But the mail was so delayed, and that was like in anticipation of doing this and possibly doing the Aether Spell Bomb. But the mail has been so delayed lately that I ended up going to like a local shop and picking them up yesterday. If that was the route I decided to go. To be fair, I picked up like 2 of these Teferi Time Twists yesterday as well. And like a couple of those core Sky Fishers that were another option. My wheel is a little off center there. Is that good? Let me see. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, back to painting. And then when my fire is done, it's going to be like a nice brighter color than it currently is. So it's going to have more contrast with those letters. My favorite color in Magic, I presume, is black, baby. It's black. Goes for me black, white, blue, red, green. That's my tier list. That's my Magic color tier list. Okay. I think I'm going to... What should I do? Should I do more red? More blue or green? I think red will be like a... It's funny because I just finished like cleaning off my letters, but I think doing the red will be a fun little boost. Like a quick fix of progress. Because there's like just one big kind of like mass red bit on the card. So I can wheel through them all quickly. This is what I was saying. I usually completely paint over it, go back and clean it up. It's just like a easier than trying to be absolutely perfect and not paint over it. Especially like if I'm streaming or doing a time lapse, because if I lean in too much, then my head is in the shot, which does not make for good cinematography. Very much so. And I kind of got like the base shape that I'm going to be working with, so I'm really just like layering in some layers for opacity at this point. Or I'm just making the paint, you know, show over these little nameplates and doodads like that. And then the little precise kind of like details, licks of flame will kind of be at the end. Hope I need to do the little bits here. What's my deepest fear? Bruh, what? What is your social insurance number? What the hell? What is the scariest shape? A square or circle? Dude, am I getting profiled? What's going on? The scariest shape? A square or circle? I feel like neither of those shapes scare me, frankly. I'd say maybe a triangle is scarier than either of those because it's pointy and you could step on it. My deepest fear, I don't know, probably disappointing people I care about. But then again, I only care about like a handful of people, so it's like pretty chill fear. Oh wait, I keep forgetting to do my little doohickey bits. My favorite shape is... What's my favorite shape? The dodecahedron, the D20? It's a pretty good shape, frankly. I'd say my favorite shape, maybe like a crescent moon. That's a nice shape. Are you twitching right now? Why, is the camera shaking, or do you mean am I streaming to Twitch? I don't think I'm allowed to stream to both at the same time. Correct me if I'm wrong, but... I did have like my feet up on the back of my desk. It might have been shaking the camera. I apologize if that's what's happening. Both. No, I think I go straight to jail if I stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Straight to jail. I think they send the Pinkertons, actually. Oh, wait, I keep forgetting to do my little bits here. I like to just like go bigger on the stuff that's oops, over on this box, because I can always just scrape it off. So, you know, once my colors are nice and opaque, it's very easy to just scrape off and reshape them rather than trying to get the perfect shape and not overpaint. So I just do like some big globs of color and then I'll like shave them down later. Did I just paint this? I think I did. Oof, that fire got big by accident. All right. See, the red is, there's not that much red on the card, so the progress feels really nice and fast. It'd be really fun to do this with a card with like lots of colors. It might be like hard overall, but switching colors pretty quick would be kind of exciting. But it's actually really chill to like not worry about dry times. Do a section and then you just move on to the next one. Next card, that is. I keep forgetting it's Friday. For some reason I feel like it's Saturday. Probably everybody's out playing Friday Night Magic. And just getting these little parts. Like I said, not worried at all about being precise at this stage of the game. All of that detail stuff comes later. This is gonna be kind of cool with that little gap. I like how each one is like a little bit different in its own way. Especially with the blue stuff I went kind of crazy with. So yeah, after doing all that toothpicking and cleaning out my text, I've officially covered it all back up. You've got red on you. You've got red on you. And I just ran out of my red on my palette too. It's a decently good timing. Okay, I'm going to skip this one and get back to starting on number 1. Accidentally got off track earlier. Alright, I'm going to move these. These don't fall on the floor. Adjust my position, get a little drink. Ooh, I can see the little thing where it says how long I've been live for. Okay. I didn't know where it was on my screen, but now I see it. I'm going to go in with more blue, I think. No, I'm going to go in with green. Do a layer of green, and then after that I'm going to go for a little dog walk. But I'll keep this all on in the background because I won't be too long. So just putting some manganese blue, a little bit of white. That's what I've been doing for this blue. And I'm not so worried about color matching the blue exactly to this. Right now I'm just building up my opacity so the borders don't show through it. And then once all my borders are all nice and opaque, then I'll move on to the little details and the exact color matching. But right now I'm just building up my layers of color. And I could paint more thickly so that it was quicker and not so many layers, but there's a trade-off for everything. I like how I said I was going to do the green and then I mixed up the blue. Pretty brain dead stuff right there. Alright, we're going to do blue instead then. This is going to take longer though, so I'm going to go kind of quick with it. Like I said, anything that's on kind of like the natural back of the card, I can easily just like use a toothpick and reshape this, so the shape of that matters almost nothing to me, right? I mean, it matters, just not at this moment, because it's very easy to change and fix. Whereas, like, the stuff that's on top of other paint, you can't just scrub that away very easily. So it's not quite as chill. Now, with most things that are held together, usually they're designed to be turned in like one direction. For example, usually to the right direction, things are designed to be turned. And then the constant turning in that direction also like keeps the bolts tight typically. Whereas I think when I was looking at the construction of this wheel, I think that was the case. It should be turned right. Like a lot of turning it left would eventually loosen the screw holding it together. But because I'm left-handed, I need to turn it left. If I turn it right, then my hand would be like positioned on the card that I just finished painting. So earlier I was like, wow, even the turntable is designed for right-handed people. Meanwhile, I'm very much not using this for what it was designed for, right? This is supposed to hold your condiments or something, I don't know. Your salt and pepper at the dinner table. The wheel keeps getting stuck over there. What's going on? Actually, this was the first card I started with because it's got this spiral. So I got sidetracked when I put this one down, and then I got sidetracked further, and I started doing the one to the right of it as my first one. How interesting. I got some new lights coming in too that should give off a little bit more light. I feel like my hand is still, despite being way back here, is still casting like a little bit of shadow on the left edge of the card. But yeah, like I said before, I have to paint quite strangely just so I can get decent video. Imagine like the old masters of painting changing their way to how they paint just so they can get cleaner video. It's funny to think about. I'm just putting some white because white is like super opaque, and I just want to cover this border up. It'll also give me like a cleaner line between the green and the blue, since the blue is taking a bit of time to build up the color I want. When I come back from my walk, I'm probably gonna have to switch out my brush because it's starting to get quite kind of I don't know what term to use. Ratty is the term that comes into my mind. Like tangled. The bristles are starting to get a lot of curling to them. Look at that. Very gorgeous stuff. Once again, the color doesn't really matter at this point. I'm going white, I'm going light blue, I'm going dark blue. Just whatever it takes to get this border bit blocked off. Now typically your darker blues have really like strong pigment density. Or I don't know, they just like cover stuff up really well, but this lighter blue doesn't seem to, you know, be as opaque. Usually when you see the things in store, let me see here. Yeah, it's on these as well. Like it's got these like 3 lines. and how well you can see the lines kind of indicates how opaque the paint is, right? So this raw sienna really hides the lines, so it's very opaque, right? This would take very few layers to get rid of your border lines. This would take more. Where's my white? That would be interesting to look at. See, the white is pretty opaque for being white. But the problem is I'm using this manganese blue and it is not covering the lines at all, right? So that's why I need to add a bunch of white. Back for a bit. Hello, Bastion. Hello. How's it going? I was just comparing some of my blues to see, you know, which ones are more opaque and which ones are more suited to hiding away my so this ultramarine blue would probably be pretty good at hiding borders. But the problem is I'm using this one. I was using this one for the just the general color matching, but it's very light, which means it's not covering borders very well. So I added a bunch of white paint to make it more opaque and hopefully just get these borders covered. And that way I can switch my focus to getting my colors just right. For the time being, I need these borders to be gone. And then all paint, it has like a layer of binder. You can think of it as glue, right? So if you do a million layers of a not opaque paint, you're still getting all those layers of binder or glue, which is not ideal if you want to be painting thinly. That is my TED Talk. I like how the last time you stopped in, I was cleaning up all the text, and then now it's all covered again. Immediately after I finished cleaning it, I was like, well, time to cover it up. Yeah, I was fairly certain that this would be like a fun card to paint, because you can be pretty loose with it, and it feels like all the cool tones, they really kind of like work together well. There's no like super like humanoid details. It's like whenever there's something that like humans constructed, we have in our mind exactly what that looks like, right? If I show you like a card with a poorly drawn typewriter on it, you know that doesn't look like a typewriter. But if I show you a card that has like some quote-unquote poorly drawn random magic squiggles on it, you're gonna be like, yeah, no, looks like some magic squiggles to me. Good job. So I knew I wanted to do something kind of like not precise and more kind of like vibes based rather than precise and something that we all know exactly what it looks like. So if it doesn't look right, then that part of our brain is like hammering it in. Hey, he screwed up. Look at him, he screwed up. Lovely, lovely, lovely. That's 3 down. When I get back to 1, I go walk my dog. And I eat something too. That's important. Starting to get a little hungry. You always just gotta believe in the process. Even if you don't know what the process is. It'll come to you, I'm sure. The process is the friends we made along the way. What if I just like got hangry on the stream and start crashing out? It's like, yo, you're not you if you haven't had a Snickers. Kind of true. What's kind of true? Did I get hangry on this sheet? Almost get hangry. If I had like the vision in my mind, like if I thought about it more, I could probably like put all these lines in from like the very first layer, and I would be like a few layers ahead already on like having these borders covered. But because I like kind of like block things out one step at a time, it's a little bit behind in that regard. But I mean, our brains all work differently. I'm just working with what I got. I'm trying to mostly just like paint on the borders I need to hide. I don't need to paint the whole thing, especially if the color's like already looking good. I just need to get these borders going. Yeah, with that culling ritual you're doing last night, it's like all the squiggly lines were there from like the get-go, from like your earlier blocking in. I mean, I guess I kind of like did it, but I mean, it was like the second thing I did. I guess it's just like the reality of working in something that needs layers, right? Like if this is pixel art, you just put your block of color in and you're like, okay, good, it's there. And it's also the fact that we're not like working with a blank canvas, we're working with something that we need to cover up. With materials that need layers to cover it up. Pretty simple. I'm gonna put some over here on the original art too. This is kind of like a one step back, two step forward part of the whole ordeal. 'Cause I just don't want to get my colors like too nice, but then like the border shows through. A DJ turntable. Imagine if it was like an actual like DJ turntable and it's just like remixing the whole time I was painting. Oops, I'm sorry for vertical people. I was kind of off my mark there. My bad. I have to keep the card within these lines so that it's like shows up for mobile people. You know, I did put some like thinking and stuff into this. I just need to keep doing what I thought of. These lines up here, I don't need to be like super worried about like the black border and the other border, but I mostly just want to differentiate it from the green right now. I am remixing. I'm chopping the beat. And by beat, I mean Teferi's Dime Twister. But I mean, like, imagine if it was like also hooked up to the music. It'd probably be terrible. It'd probably sound like doggy doo-doo, but it would be funny. Alright. I went a little too far with this. Just get that out of there. Uh-oh. Can you hear the sirens? Can you hear the sirens? What are they doing? What do they want? I kind of wanted to keep rotating there, but immediately got stuck. Once again, I'm just using white so that I can let the opacity do its thing. Probably would have been best if I just went like all white before I even started adding the blue, but I feel like that's what I would have done if I wasn't live, but I wanted to make it kind of like more interesting. I didn't want to just like paint layers of white for the first hour. Thought that might be a little dull. But now I'm like going back and doing it anyways, but I don't know. I have to like I have to spread out the dull parts to keep the engagement. And I don't mean that in an algorithm way, I mean that in a like we are humans that get bored way. Yo, if the one person who comes in is like, hey man, can you open a pack? I got one pack of cards here. So it's actually a funny story. Yesterday, I went to like this basically a card shop inside a little flea market nearby me, and I was telling the guys like, hey, I'm looking to get like 8 copies of something. Now it doesn't so much matter what it is, but it has to be like decently playable and like, you know, like not just chaff, like something good. And he said, well, I got like these new boxes of Balkan that you can take a look at. And I was like, new? He's like, yeah, nobody's looked at these yet. And I got like stun locked. I don't think I've ever had the opportunity to be like the first one to dig into a box of bulk. So I open up this box of bulk and I'm looking. I set a few things aside that I'm interested in. And I notice there's like some cards that are like pretty decent. And I say, hey, do you want me to like pull out the value I find in here? Because I'm seeing some value. He's like, oh yeah, sure. Like, I got a pretty good deal on these, so I'm not like expecting really much value. But yeah, feel free to pull out anything that you see. And then like a minute after that, I'm like, hey, isn't Thornbite Staff like worth some money? That's a combo piece, right? And yeah, I was really happy with that. And then I was pulling out like Ashnod's Altars, and because I play so much Pauper, I know like all the randomest like commons that are actually worth money. And I was just like pulling out like bills for this guy. Oh, here's a $5 bill, here's a 10, here's a $20 bill. And I was like finding the cards I was looking for, and I was helping him out, pulling those out. And then the whole point of the story is after all that, he's like, here. And he gave me a free pack of Aether Drift. Wow. I sound sarcastic, but I'm not being sarcastic. I appreciate it. It was a pretty fun time. I like looking through bulk cards like that. You just never know what you might find. I only say it's slightly sarcastic because I just don't rip packs. I pretty much never rip packs. I'm always buying singles. So typically I open a pack and my brain is always like, wow, I lost money. And then I get bummed out. But opening a free pack? Now that's pretty chill. So if a pack goblin shows up on stream demanding I crack one, I go, wow, the set nobody cares about. Hey, I'm sure there are some card aficionados. I'm sure some people really like Loot, right? Wasn't that Loot's debut set? Or was Loot in Thunder Junction? I don't know. Rip it on stream and make it a short. Yeah, we'll see. I'll probably rip it at some point on stream. Just wait for some Loot Goblin to show up who needs their fix. Oh, Teferi. What are you doing to that time, brother? Stop twisting it. I twisted one time. I twisted 2 times. Just sub, loving the process. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it, my dude. If you ever want to see like the process, but in, you know, under 20 seconds instead of 5 hours, feel free to check out my shorts. My shorts are all time lapses, not quite beginning to end. I usually do them about 90% of the way there. Turn off the camera, do the really small fine details where you can get like close to my cards without getting my head in the shot, and then do a little transition to the final product. So if you haven't seen the shorts, take a little look at that. All the oops, I was a little off there for vertical viewers. All the thumbnails should be like the finished cards as well, so you could just peek at that and be like, oh, cool. It's almost like a little gallery, right? I think my older videos I didn't have set to the final shot as the thumbnail, but I think I might have gone back and actually changed them all so that the final shot's the thumbnail. I can't remember, but if you're interested, it's there. All right, this last card, just kind of trying to hide the borders on these little magic bits. I'm so glad new peeps have been coming in for you tonight, Bastion. Hell yeah. We need to do a challenge or event for our paint streams too. Like we both stream at once kind of a thing. That'd be interesting. Oh, you know how like speedrunners like run the game at the same time? What if we like painted the card at the same time? I'm not saying like race, try to do it faster. It's pretty clear you would like clobber me in that category, but just an interesting little tie-in, like, hey, both me and Alters by Alters are doing the same card, and see if anybody else like in the Discord wants to do the same card. That's the one thing, like, I don't understand like TikTok at all pretty much, but I really like those streams where like there's multiple people streaming and hanging out, and I think you can like switch your POVs around and like focus on one person like more than the other ones, and like take a look at this person, look at that person, what they're doing. So that seems really cool, but like I think I like clicked into like Rambo's stream. I can't remember who on TikTok, and like I just like felt like illiterate, like I didn't know how to navigate moving between the different ones. Can collab cam. Collab cam. Okay, you're gonna have to teach me this because I don't even know what that is. We can all be on one stream. Together out to all our feeds. Oh my god, that sounds so cool. Alright, so I have done that layer for all my Teferis. Time twist. So now is the time where I'm gonna walk my dog. We're gonna go around the block, probably do a little bit of a loop, probably like 15 minutes or so. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just gonna leave the stream running in the background. I'll mute my microphone, so it'll just be some chill music. But yeah, if people are heading out, then I appreciate you watching, hanging around for the vibes. But I'm gonna be back in not too long. I just want to let y'all know what the plan is. I just need my, if you watch Arrested Development, or what is the show? You always leave a note. I don't remember. I think I should move these scissors. They kind of look threatening, eh? Let's get those out of there. Kind of look a little spooky. Alright, well actually I'm going to use them very quickly. I'm just going to get that sticky part off just so nothing bad happens with that. Get stuck to a card or something could be bad. And my Sharpie is here. You got to hear it? Hear what? The scissors? The threat? The implication? No, the Canadian tones. When I said threatening? Oh, when I said A. Yeah. A. Alright, now. Okay. Let's see. Can I see that in the little tiny vertical window preview here? Okay. Okay, now that is lined up. Dog walk. Okay. According to my preview window, you should be able to see that in the vertical. Muting my mic, going on a walk. See y'all later. If anybody's dipping for the evening, thank you for joining me. But I am going to come back and the stream doesn't end until all these are painted. Hey, we're back. Sorry about that. But my dog needs her beauty walk. It's like beauty sleep, but for dogs, I presume. Alright, this brush is... It's already got a few hours into it. Let's see if I can switch it up. There we go. I think I'm going to use this one. It looks nice and healthy right now. Okay, so I just did a layer of blue. My green layer is looking pretty weak. I think it's a good time to do some green. Oh, I feel like so weird to the setup now. Because it's still different than my normal setup. But going on that walk, like, reset everything. That's so strange. Alright, I'm gonna have to mix some more of this green. I really should have covered my palette while I was gone. That was a big whoopsie. It's not too much yellow. Too much yellow gets it into, like, you know, a foresty green. I'm just going for this, like, very demure green. Let me get some white in there. That'll add that little boost of opacity. Alright. Oops. Let's suck some water out of my brush. Just touch it to the paper towel. Paper towel suck the water out. Lovely, lovely. Just a nice light minty green. Minty fresh. It's gonna look like I'm taking a step backwards, but I need it to be white just so I can, like, cover this lettering and stuff. Just once and for all, provide some good coverage here. Then I'll go back and color match it. We're almost there. Okay, gotta make sure I'm within my lines. That way it's good for the vertical viewers. Any vertical viewers out there? Oh, it was so nippy outside. The wind has been blowing like crazy the last couple days. And it snowed last night, so most of the snow is gone already, but it's still cold out there. Still quite nippy. Went for a brisk little walk with my dog. I feel like the fresh air really kind of breathed some life into me. I'm feeling pretty good. I was thinking on the walk that there's a chance that my phone that I'm using as, like, the camera, there is a chance that it could run out of batteries. It does drain slower than, like, it's plugged in and charging while filming, but it does drain slower than it charges. Typically when I do, like, my previous, like, 4-hour streams, it's at, like, half battery life. So in theory, at, like, hour 8, it could be in danger of taking a nap. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I do have another webcam I could switch to. The quality probably would not be as high. But we've got a lot of time till that happens. And it'd be kind of cool if I finished before that too. The funny thing is, if I finish early, I'm probably just going to start painting another card. Not on the wheel, and probably not live, but I just upload a video for today, and I upload a short every 2 days, so like I already kind of need one for Sunday. And sometimes I get nice and ahead on them, but right now I'm not ahead. Of my back to work situation, and then I spent a decent amount of time running around yesterday to prepare for today. So I did finish a card yesterday, but just barely. It was like 4 a.m. If Alters by Alters is still here, I'd tell you it was like 4 a.m. and I was in their stream working on my upload, my Sithis that I just put up. Painting, editing, all that. It's kind of funny. I find the editing just as like kind of fun as painting in a way. I think I'm like definitely not as good at editing, but I do enjoy it quite a bit. I think I forgot I was doing the wheel, and I just started painting this like I was doing one card. Here, we got a wheel. We got a wheel. One layer and rotate. That's how we do it here. Wonderful. Looking forward to making a pandan tea sometime here. I didn't want to make it right now because I feel like I made everyone wait a long time while it's gone. Okay, my dog wants her evening supper, so I'm going to get up really quickly and give that to her. Sorry for all the interruptions. This one will literally only take 30 seconds. You hungry? Hungry, hungry? Hungry, hungry hippo? There you go. Chow down, would you? All right. Like I said, just a few seconds. All right, so I'm just going in with a relatively light layer here. Got too much water on my palette. Just need to bulk up our colors. Make sure our little border bits aren't showing through. Then once those are all kind of hidden away, that's when I can start with the little finicky stuff. But if I do it now, I need to like do the details over and over and over again. Once the background's locked in, all your boxes and stuff are all sorted, all hidden away. That means you only got to do your details one time. One time for your mind. Oops. I had a brain moment. I was trying to get more paint and I put my brush in the water instead. Ruh-roh. Looking good. Now some places, this is like lightening all my greens up. Some places I don't need them lightened, but the white helps really cover up these borders that I want out of here. Alright, we keep going, we keep going. New goal for the stream is finish before the camera runs out of batteries. But I think we'll get there. I think I spread my green so thin, it's all like used up already. After I do these layer of green, I'll probably go touch up all my borders and just clean those up. So like I said, if you let too many layers get on there, then when you go clean it up, it'll start like peeling up rather than just like flaking off or rubbing off. So usually 2 is the number I go for before I fix things up. 2 thin layers, fix it up, and I repeat kind of that the whole time. And right now, like I said, I'm putting the base colors in. Sometimes on my videos you just see me go white over and over again until it's covered, but I just wanted to make it more engaging, more interesting, instead of just painting white for a long time. So I did these like greens and blues for you all watching at home. But now I'm like adding kind of like white to my greens and blues to just take advantage of how good it is at covering stuff up. And then I'll put the correct kind of tones in after that. We're on number 4. This one has a lot of fire I'm painting around here. The tongues of that fire reaching out. Each one's a little different. I wasn't trying to make them all exactly the same. I want each one to have its own personality. I'm getting some decent coverage here now. I'm really looking forward to the detail portion. All this backdrop stuff is kooky. It's gonna be weird to like do detail like with the wheel. Right now it makes a lot of sense to keep rotating while my layers dry, but once I'm on the details, it'll be weird to do like one little detail at a time, rotate, detail, rotate, detail, rotate. And I'm sure I'm going to reach the point where it's like, oh man, I did that detail better on one of the other cards. And I'm going to be trying to emulate the good bits. mixing some more of this mint green. It's getting pretty low on my palette. It's taking up a lot of my palette's real estate, but there isn't a lot of it there. Just painting across, and then I'm going to make all my strokes vertical, and that way they pick up less light. And also they kind of like go with my current strokes. Lovely stuff. This is one of the biggest bangers of old school RuneScape music history. This is Sea Shanty. This becomes a earworm for anyone. You can Google it with that. I didn't mean to paint that deep in the card. I'm gonna go back and fix that up here in a sec. It was right here. Painted a little deeper into the card than I wanted for the moment. There we go. Fixed up. On to the next. Halfway through this layer. Gonna be toothpick cleanup soon once I'm done this rotation. I might not bang out the toothpick. I might just use a Q-tip. This part isn't so serious. There's those little bits around the letters. Those are the tricky part. This part needs to be cleaned up pretty good. It's a little sloppy. Wonderful. I'm just going to do another little like half layer just covering up this text. The text always sticks out, even though the rest of the bottom usually stops showing up pretty quickly. If anyone in here is ever thinking about getting a commission, they want me to sign it, typically my thing is I won't sign it unless I can leave the original artist name on the card as well. So I've had some people kind of confront me about the ethics of you know, covering up the original artist name, and I do a lot kind of in my videos and in my process to try to keep the original artist at the forefront of people's minds. So I try not to take that too personally. It's kind of just the culture of altering has kind of taken that to be like the norm, is that you just like cover it all up, and people like to see altars where it's all extended and covered up. But I hold these artists in extremely high regard, and like when I make binder videos, I always include the original artist name in my binder videos. And of course, most of the stuff I make is like time lapse. The original artist name is there at the beginning of the time lapse. I never do something like print a card that I've already altered. I don't reproduce. I just only put in my hours, and that's the only thing I try to get a kickback from is the time I put in, not taking the original artist's work and reprocessing it. Like, I don't reprint anything, nothing like that. So just another little thing I do is when I'm asked to sign a card, I try to keep the original artist's name in there. It is like to like float their name. Some artists have like really long names, and not to sound like too lazy, but it's kind of like a pain in the butt to float text. So I can't foresee me doing it on every altar. And then like the modern border, the modern frame is like pretty good because it's just white, but on certain like frames it like sticks out quite a bit, the names, and it pulls a lot of focus if it's the only thing floating there. Well, there's kind of like upsides and downsides to every which way you choose to go about it. But we try to do our best. I feel like I need to mix this a little bit more green because it's starting to blend in with the really light blue, unfortunately. Alright, let's give that a go. That's a bit better. Wonderful, wonderful. Cool, just one more for this rotation. Now my next part that I'm going to be jumping to is just cleaning all my borders up a little bit. Now sometimes I just try to paint like super precise, then I don't have to do much cleanup. But sometimes I'm going in like a quicker mode, or it's more like laying down a lot of color. I'll end up with some kind of seeping over bits. So this one I'm trying to kind of mitigate the fact that I'm doing 8 cards at once by painting a little bit quicker, a little bit looser. That means I also have to do some cleanup. So there's always a trade-off with these things. Alright, I'm back to 1. So now I'm going to do some cleanup. I've got some like paint kind of like deep in the bristles of my brush, so I think I'm going to use my brush cleaning solution here. And this is just like some decently strong brush cleaner, but it'll really get the paint out of there. Then I can just let my kind of bristles straighten up while I clean my cards a little. I'm just reforming my bristles into a point so that they can dry just like that. Okay. Now, like I said, I'm going to clean up my edges a little bit. I'm going to go in with a toothpick for now. Then I can also, if I have one, I'll usually just pull the fluff off of one end of a Q-tip like so. Let's dispose of that. And then any part where it's like has long fibers hanging off, we'll just peel that off. Dip that in a little bit of water. Kind of roll out the excess water. And then this will really take paint off pretty quickly, right? So as long as I'm careful, this can really clean up a card fast. Oh my gosh, the awesome sauce just needs to be #1, eh? Can't handle being #2. If you're not first, you're last. Am I right? If you're not first, you're last. Alright. These parts are going to be covered by the blue spell. I'm going to fix those ones up. Bingo bango. And then the top. I'm going to clean that at the very end because it's kind of far from me from this angle. Oh, I'm going backwards. No, wait, I was going the right way. I've lost my mind. Just a quick cleanup on the borders of the square box. It's relatively quick and easy because it's straight lines. We haven't really got into any details or anything, so not much to worry about there. Now, if there's a lot of paint, the wet part of the toothpick kind of just like loosens it up but doesn't pick it up. Then you need to use the fuzzy side of the toothpick to actually pull it off the card. So one side loosens, the other side is the quicker picker upper. You know what I mean? Was that Bounty, the quicker picker upper? I think I won't even bother trying to have the blue borders here, just like the straight text box. Except I'll keep it for like around here. That'll look fine. And these little sticky outy bits, then you can just hit that with your toothpick. It's all still kind of like wet and loose from the wet side of the Q-tip. And that'll just come right off like that. Easy peasy. Gonna clean up another box here. It may not be the most exciting part, but I mean, I don't know how I would stream only the exciting parts. And frankly, it's kind of like watching paint dry. It's debatable whether any part is like truly that exciting. I think if you need your dopamine rush, you're probably getting some sort of other content or stimulation. Wonderful. Getting a soft Q-tip, cleaning that up. Oh, lovely. And then, as my bit ends up getting more and more green, you can just take off some layers of Q-tip fuzz. It should help keep it a little cleaner. I intend that it will get kind of over painted a little bit more in the future, but like I said, if you do have a couple layers to clean up and keep that process going, then you won't end up with anything too difficult to clean up. Because if the paint gets a little too thick, it's not going to want to come off as easily. It's going to be stubborn. Oh, gotta get a little bit more water on my Q-tip here. Loosen that paint right up so we can have a nice clean edge. And then, like I said, switch to the fluffy end to soak it up. Once you've loosened it up, then you suck it up. The safest place for you is not now. I mean, it makes sense. How are you going to argue with that? This is the one that needed a lot of cleanup. I really painted quite deeply into there. Yeah, this cleanup step is pretty quick and painless. It's a lot more simple than the toothpicking around the letters. If you had like a perfectly steady hand, you could do it in like one swipe. Plus, you know, a little bit of cleanup. Just like that. And then since the fuzzy side of the Q-tip isn't wet, you don't really have to worry that it's gonna, you know, peel off the paint the way like, you know, a sharp toothpick would. So once you kind of loosen the paint you want to loosen, then you don't have to be like precise with this part. You just kind of suck it up just like that. So it's a really nice way to clean up these straight lines. All right. The last big cleanup card here. I just realized I think I might have missed a layer over here. Well, isn't that something? Okay, those are all cleaned up. I think I would like one part of the card to look really good. I mean, by the end of the card, the whole thing should look really good. But I mean, in the short term. So what I'm thinking is, I put some extra effort into this fire. I get the fire looking really nice. And then from there, we branch out. But I think I'll feel better if one part of the card is just looking really bomb. So let's make that the fire. Of course, this means I will have to go back and fix these letters once again. But the nice thing about a fire effect is it can be like semi-opaque, and that's fine. Right? Fire is not typically opaque. Could be done, you know, stylistically that way. But it's pretty chill if your kind of like borders show up through the fire. It's not the end of the world. Like I said, these kind of like blobby bits, I can shape those all down and get the exact shapes I want. And it's easier to shape them down than to build them up, so I'll just make them a bit larger than they need to be for now. And then I can shape them down when I'm ready to do that. Oh, this one's a nice easy fire. Nice and easy, look at that. Some of them I went quite large and bombastic with. This one will be pretty simple. I feel like we need more orange and less red. Oops, sorry, my wheel was a little off for the vertical viewers. I like doing the fire. The fire goes pretty quick. You can get a lot of spinning done. Oops, I forgot to touch up my little fires on a couple of these. And I'll touch up these ones. Just deepening our colors. I'm not worried about the shapes. I can always fix that. And plus, more of the details will be in the yellows and the oranges than the red. The red is kind of the glow on the outside, and then the yellow and oranges are the more detail-y kind of licks of flame that kind of make the structure of the fire have shape. I like this one kind of going over with that fire all the way up there. Lovely, 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 lovely fire. This one's kind of crazy. It's like the paint is like peeled all the way to the base layer at the top. Some spots. There we go. Looking good. I think I'm gonna go back in with just like a super bright red on my edges. And most of the kind of like inside of the fire is gonna be orange. And this one is like pretty dark red. I don't even know how I was doing such a dark red. I haven't opened any black at all, or really any darkening colors. But well, it was dark. I guess the yellow really mutes it. Now I'm gonna put in like that like yellow line, like the end. Nah. No, I'm gonna go orange. I'm gonna work my way in. This might take a few layers of orange. And then a few layers of yellow. But yeah, doing this many cards. Trying to get nice and vibey, painterly. I tried to pick a card that I could afford to do so with. I painted that red into the card a decent amount, so now I gotta paint some orange over top of it. And this is kind of like a pink almost here, actually. After a few layers of this, I'm gonna have to go and rescue my title back, or else we've just got apostrophe S time twist. And I don't know anyone named apostrophe S, personally. Ooh, when the wheel wheels, the wheel really wheels. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense to anybody? When the wheel wheels, it really wheels. One thing that's kind of funny is like as I kind of like overpaint onto the wheel or whatever, is sometimes it like makes the card kind of like blend in a little bit. And when you take it off, that's when it like really pops and it really looks good. So sometimes you gotta keep that in mind, that it might look a little bit better than it seemingly looks just because of that edge. Should make sure I'm lined up before I start painting. Shaking some water out of my brush. Gonna make some more orange. I used most of it up. This orange looks nice and bright now. Oh yeah, that looks good. The inside of the fire will be like brighter yellow, and of course we got this little bit of that red sticking out on the edges. That kind of like dark, almost burgundy red. And as we go more and more inside the fire, get more and more yellow till you get to that white hot heat. Okay. I gotta rescue my letters now, unfortunately. Let me do that. I'm gonna just put the lid on my palette because it will take a decent little chunk of time to rescue my letters here. Typically, the second time I go to rescue my letters is a little bit easier than the first time. I'm not sure why, it just kind of is. Like I said, there'll be a little gap here, but ultimately I can't pick them perfectly, and it's actually easier to like paint it closer than it is to pick them closer. So just on like that last layer, last couple layers of painting, I'll paint it as close as I possibly can. And it's stuff like that that usually ends up getting cut out of my time lapses. I'm going to take my glasses off because I can see closer without them, frankly. Ooh, that E just popped out like that. My hair on stream. Just looking a little frazzled. Teferi, Teferi. Total time of the stream is 5 hours 40 minutes so far. 5 hours 40 minutes. There was a little bit of time walking my dog. Probably about 15 to 20 minutes. So we're coming up on 5.5 hours, I suppose. We're coming up on. I think getting this finished within 8 would be a miracle at this point. But it doesn't mean I'm not going to try for that. But at the end of the day, it's not about how fast you paint. At the other day I'm trying to make a nice finished product. Nice, beautiful, gorgeous batch of cards that I can flex on people with my 8 painted Teferi's Time twist. Here we go. Yet another one. When I was out walking my dog, I checked my mail and still no mail. I feel like they only drop off once a week right now. So for non-Canadians, Canada Post is in a strike. When I ship off my commissions, I don't use them at all. I use a third-party service. And all my commissions have gone through relatively quickly. Never had an issue. Every single one has arrived. So that's lovely. But what really happens is I get clients who want me to paint a card for them, and that's awesome. We love to hear it. But then if they have a card that's not in my local area, I have to order it in. And then all the gaming supply stores, they seem to use Canada Post, even though they're like super slow right now because they're still on strike. So then my commission backlog grows because, for example, this weekend the commission I'm supposed to start on, I don't have a card for, so I'm gonna have to kind of play fast and loose with my queue a little bit. Unfortunately, I like to do it all perfectly in order, but it's better to get someone's card done during the weekend rather than if I can't get the card that's supposed to be in done. But yeah, it's really ended up affecting my queue more than I had anticipated. A little twist here. This little T. Rescue him from the fire. Rescue this T here. This one needs a lot of rescuing. There we go. I think my toothpick is kind of dull. It's definitely got some paint on the end of her. There we go. So yeah, this weekend, after this big undertaking, I need to paint another card, probably. Maybe not today, we'll see, but I need something to upload for Sunday. I upload a short every 2 days. Very rarely have I deviated from that schedule. Nice. This is probably like the least fun part about doing alters is floating the text. But when it's done really well, it can definitely feel very rewarding. I will say that. And it's like one of those things that like your average person would be quite into the look of. I always get a lot of questions about how I float the text, so you may not like it, but this is the answer. It takes a long time. You may not like it, but the answer is slowly and with great caution. And an unending supply of toothpicks. Actually, I don't need that many. I usually go through like 2 or 3 when I'm floating text for a card. Look at that E come to life. You'll love to see it. Now, it may have been really cold, really windy when I took my dog out, but I will say, definitely beats it being super hot because my my unit gets extremely hot in the summertime, so I'd be like dripping on the cards if it was the really hot time of year. I didn't have AC or whatever set up, so I do definitely appreciate that. It's not too hot right now, even if that means it's kind of not hot at all. That's a T, alright. So I'm about halfway cleaning up all my letters, and then I'm just going to make them wacky again. That is the cycle of life. The cycle of life. Oh my goodness, this one is so stubborn. There must be more paint than I thought here. I think after I clean these letters, I might go make myself a tea. Which pretty much just entails turning the water on. My O is like completely MIA. Or not my O, my little dot on the I. Why do I call it an O? It's just a circle. I had to almost guess where that was. one like tiny little tip is it's easier to pull the toothpick than it is to push the paint. So start higher than you are and then pull it, as opposed to trying to push it into the thing you're trying to clear, because then it'll just like traffic jam the paint into a big bundle, frankly. Man, my toothpick is taking a beating doing these 8 cards. It's really getting like soft. It's not remaining very stiff. It's alright, I've got lots of them. Don't give up on me now, little buddy. We've only got 3 cards left. Wonderful. I think this is my favorite of the fire so far. I like that, like, just kind of goes around that S. I've got a little bit of texture here that I don't want. So, just kind of get rid of it. Kind of scraped it away. If it was more stubborn, I would switch to a really firm brush, just very lightly wetted. I could scrape it away with that as well. That's when it's being really stubborn. Now I move that, I can definitely see there's still that texture there I don't care for. Sort of my head is in the camera, I'm moving it back. Where's my really firm brush? Here we go. This brush, the bristles are really firm. It's not really great at putting paint down because it always ends up peeling it up, so that just means that's what it's good at, right? Okay. Peeled way too much paint up. That's why I don't typically use that brush except to peel paint up, because it's very good at doing that. But yeah, I stripped it all the way back because there was a big glob of texture that I didn't want. So that's like a little thing that would have made the card show up with thickness on it, unfortunately. Usually I can get away with that not happening, but every once in a while your paint will just get a little thick on you. Well, we're just about done clearing these letters off. That's nice. Do it all over again. Not now, but later. Last one to clean up here. Oof. Lovely, lovely. Sorry about my head getting in the way of the camera. It's just those tiny details where I have to look a little bit closer. At least if I want it to look good. Just a couple more letters and I can move on to something a bit more exciting. Fortunately, I can't pick and choose what needs to happen with the card. Alright, I can put my glasses back on. Because now I can see zoomed out. And here's my picky brush. I think first things first, I'm going to drop a big dollop into here where I peeled it up by, well, not quite by accident. Removing a piece of texture that I didn't like. Alright, I'm going to go into my blues. And I'm literally just going to, oops, put my thing in the middle here. I'm literally just going to hit up these lines. Because I want them gone. The time for you to be here is long past, my friends. Talking to the lines, not viewers. Y'all can stay. Y'all chilling. But yeah, I need the lines all gone so I can start doing the little details. 'Cause I'm not going to have all the details look good, but then, you know, these clumsy borders are still there. That wouldn't look very good. Typically I paint with like my palette over to the right. Just, I don't know why, just my setup I do. But it's a lot nicer to have it on my left, right by my hand, frankly. So I'm gonna have to make sure I put it over there next time in the future. But yeah, I'm always like crossing around my camera, so my hand isn't in it too much. But this setup is a lot more efficient. Just crossed over into the 6 hours of painting this bad boy. Now there was some time where I walked my dog. And there was some time where I was setting up the stream. But certainly, at least a solid 5 hours of painting has elapsed so far. And I'm still trying to get rid of my borders. I should have just went in with the white and did as many layers as it takes, but I was trying to make it more interesting. Sue me. Yeah, once everything's blocked in, then it's gonna be like zip, zip, zoom. Off to the races. I was even thinking about possibly like preparing the cards ahead of time just like whiting out all the borders ahead of time. That'd be kind of a chill way to do it. But I did not have time for that. Gonna have to mix some more of this light blue up shortly. I'm painting like mostly white if I'm being honest, but like I said, I'm just focused on eliminating these border lines. They're enemy number one at the moment. Like I said, I'm keeping my blue very white because the white is a lot better at covering these lines than the blue actually is. And that's my current goal, just get rid of them. I very much look forward to once these border lines are all gone. But I'm definitely seeing that become closer to reality than it has been so far. But yeah, these like really thick kind of like line plus the blue, they're kind of a pain to cover. I just noticed that I did like a different thing for like all the bottom of this one coming off the staff, and this one I just completely missed it. Oops. Oh well, in that way it will be unique. Okay, I was working on this one here. Before I moved it over. Alrighty. I don't think I started on one because these lines aren't even looking that white. I'm being honest here. Okay, let's add some more blue. Just getting some more paint over top these border lines so they stop sticking out so much. Especially this big one right here. Be gone. Because, you know, this magic, just like the fire, it's not opaque, right? It's see-through. But in the scene I am creating, you should see the borders. Whether the magic is see-through or not. Perhaps for like these ones it wouldn't be the worst thing, but For these ones on the side, they gotta be gone for our scene to be ambigified. This line here is looking quite stubborn. Let's do what we can to get rid of that. Very good, very good. Ooh, the wheel's getting a little jaggedy. The wheel's tired. This would have went a lot quicker if I just buckled down and did all the borders of more layers at the beginning, but the beginning of the stream would have been me just painting white for like an hour and a half. And I don't think people would have cared much for that. Hey, where the hell did this come from? What the? Where did this frickin' orangish dookie come from? Hate that. Anyway, we'll fix that. That's not a problem. If it happened later, I might be a bit more peeved, but we have none of our colors are like finished or set up. So all of this is flexible. Base layering still. I know it sounds like that means this will take a billion years, but trust me, once these borders are gone, things will start flying by. This is the smiley face one. I could have like named each one, that'd be interesting. I kind of get lost on like which one I'm even working on, to be honest though. Kind of all blends together in a weird way. Alright, we're getting some decent coverage over our lines here. Lovely stuff. Wow, what are we wowing about, huh? Altars by altars? In the zone, huh? Just me, I'm not like talking so much? Perhaps. Perhaps. I feel like I run out of things to say. That's the problem with doing like really repetitive stuff, like just bulking up layers on top of the borders. It would have been like quicker, definitely, to just really blank out the borders before I moved on to the other steps, but what can you do? I wanted to make it a bit more lively at the beginning of the stream. but now I'm kind of paying for it now. Oh, that I've been doing it? Yeah, for sure. It's happening. It's really happening. I just like the second that all the borders are gone, I'm gonna like jump for joy, frankly. Because like I feel like I'm not even altering right now. I'm just like painting over lines. And like I said, I typically like this, like painting over these lines. I paint, let the paint dry, watch something on YouTube, go back, paint over it. Like just being locked into like painting over these lines is absolutely crazy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's like kind of mind numbing in a way. It's like the wheel was my friend in the beginning, and now I'm like, damn you, wheel. Every spin of the wheel brings yet another border still sticking through. I know you're thinking just get some markers. Oh, you're showing the timestamps? I meant to like pop in and like record a short on my phone here and there. But the heck with it, frankly. Not record like a whole short, but just like get a little bit of footage. It's like maybe every like half hour, just like spin the wheel once and record it. But I think I'm kind of just trying to get the work done right now. Snap once from the VOD? Yeah, probably. Honestly, I have no idea how like the quality even looks. I have like my OBS screen, and then I have like my YouTube kind of preview screen. And the OBS one looks like fairly crisp quality wise, but then the YouTube one looks kind of like looks kind of fuzzy quality wise. So, but then my internet might just be struggling, and it might just be showing me a low quality thing. But I do hope the VOD looks good quality wise. I do hope so. I was also thinking, I'm like, how long is it going to take like an 8-hour VOD to download from YouTube onto my computer so I can edit it? Like that could be like a start it up and then go for a walk with my dog for an hour kind of situation. Part of me is definitely like, I should have just done the Aether spell bomb. I should have just done the Aether spell bomb. What was I thinking? Oh, I can edit it on Twitch. Oh, wait, I'm not on Twitch. I was like, hell yeah, wait a minute. I'm sure I can edit it, but like, you know, I'm used to using my editor. I'm used to using like CapCut. Even when I like try to make like edit like TikTok or Instagram in the app, I really dislike it. Learning things is hard, isn't it? That's why everyone's turning to frickin' AI these days. I don't want to have to learn. Can't something do it for me? Can't a big, strong AI come and do this task for me? Then they touch their little fingies like this. Can't a big, strong AI do it for me? Bums. Bum. Real punk behavior. Grow the heck up. When I say that's a skill issue, relying on AI, skill issue. Set water on fire? Damn, we're really burning the midnight oil. And I've been putting out fire with gasoline. Bing, 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 bing. That's the sound of my brush hitting my palette over and over again. Bing, 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 bing. Good sound, right? No cold water? I couldn't live there. I'd have to move. I need my cold water. My girlfriend boils all her water. It's actually like insane behavior. And then drinks it like warm. Nasty. Nasty hobbitses. I hate AI. I really do. I feel like I can't talk about it without wanting to incite violence. Alright, I'm going to take just a little step away. Put on my kettle for my tea. Because that'll help my voice out. I'm not going to mute or anything. Just going to be 10 seconds. Oh, what a bottle of rum. Okay then. Yeah, it's crazy how we have like so many rules and regulations for so much in this world, and then like AI is just allowed to do whatever the hell they want. It's like, let's say you live in a place with like an HOA or something, you can't even paint the house, your own house, the color you want. But then some like faceless giant company can destroy all the water within like a 200-mile radius of your home. And ain't nothing you can do about it. Still at it? I said I'm not stopping till the cards are done. I only emphasize that to be funny, not to be a jackwagon. I'm just teasing. Boom, 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 bing, boom. Is this back to our color we want? Okay. I feel like we've kind of like covered most of our border lines, and we can get back to like the actual colors we want now. So this blue. But we'll see if I stick with that theory. Oh, my dog is digging in her bed. I don't know if you can hear that or not. But she's decided it's late enough in the evening. Still at it, yeah. Oh, you haven't given up, eh? Listen, there's two things about me. I'm the most monotone man in Magic, and I'm a stubborn son of a gun. What time for me? 9:30 p.m. But Obscured Star, aka Altars by Altars, has can attest I was up till 5 a.m. my time yesterday painting, so I will do it again if I must. Painting and editing video and uploading video. And this is my dream. I'm not giving up on my dream. I'm back to work. And I feel like a lot of people would give up on their dream. I can't balance both. But I'm gonna do the weekend wheel and make it happen, baby. After my after I walked my dog Altars by Altars, I came back and I like just kind of like went back into the mode of painting one card at a time. I wasn't even thinking. I forgot to like spin the wheel and like move on after doing one thing. It's crazy. I got like stun locked for a minute. Be up when the sun rises? Yeah, sure, why not? If you guys want to go stream, like, just go stream, it's fine. Like, I'm already a slow painter and I'm committing to quite the project here, so Like, honestly, if you really try to stick around till when I'm done, you might miss your whole streaming window. So, I appreciate it. But it's not necessary. Feel free to do your thing. Do your thing. Boot up another OS. Operating system. Another computer. Dede, I told you not to touch my computer. Dede. It's time for the Cartoon Network impressions. Oh, mama. Want to see me paint really fast? Want to see me paint really slow? That's what I'm good at. The first one was so, like, unambitious. Just a little swirl. Come on. Sleep. I've been there before. Once or twice. Shkibada-dee-bada-dee-bada-doo. Man, this blue was so dark. I feel like it's darker than like my blue I was using almost. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. The only thing I'm dreading now is that I'm gonna have to cover all my borders with my green too. But this blue is gone from being a slog to being fun again. So that's happiness. Get out of my laboratory. Wait, I'm not nailing this. I'm struggling. Dede. Dede. I feel like I'd have to watch an episode. I haven't seen Dexter's Lab in like 2 decades. Are you a chopped unk when you start measuring your life in decades? Just wondering. No reason. No particular reason I'm asking, just wondering. I think what I'm going to do next is I'm going to get like some of this like darker green in here. Because I think it'll just like start making it look more interesting. Right now the bottom just looks so like dull. It's not really intriguing me. In half centuries? Damn. You're fully chopped at that point. It's over. Everyone's still a kid at heart. Hell yeah. I'm the Grinch when his heart grows 2 sizes in 1 day. That's how I feel most of the time. just living my life being kind of grumpy. But then one person talks to me and I'm like, oh, now I'm nice. Now I'm a good guy. If you combine the wheel plus the acrylic Sharpies, you'd be on to something. You could start your own TCG with that kind of power. Imagine that, a whole TCG where all the cards are hand painted. What the hell? You're playing with cardboard for a living? Are you on the Pro Tour? Are you Mangucci's alt account? That would be crazy. Wee! Big spin. Game show. I think one thing that would be cool is like after this is done, like there'll be just the spots under the cards that are unpainted, and they'll, especially these like reds and oranges and purples and greens. I think the wheel itself will be like pretty cool to look at after just this one session. All right. Go ahead and peeve. Just kidding. Peace out, Madame Cleode. Have a good night. I'm sorry I almost discovered that you were Mangucci's alt account. I won't tell anyone. If you're Mangucci, just DM me after. I won't tell anybody. I'm thinking I might just give the wheel a good old spin, just for the heck of it. Pew 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 pew. Darken up, would ya? Just move all my stuff and give it a solid spin. When I get to the 1 again, I'm going to just give the wheel a big spin for fun, for the funsies, for the fans. But yeah, I really think you combine the wheel with the power of the acrylic Sharpies. Sheesh. Be unstoppable. You could do like 8 altars in a day. No problem. Your back won't even be hurting. Spin the wheel. Just have a thing set up. You donate $5 and I spin the wheel. No. The wheel spins are free, my man. My duders. Aragorn at the end of Return of the King. You, my friends, spin for no man. He bows to the hobbits. Alright, my tea is yelling. I'll be right back. Alright, let's give this bad boy a spin. Just explodes. Just falls apart. Oh, hell yeah. How's that look on camera? Oh, it looks really cool in the middle camera. Yo, that's sick. The little camera is actually hype because it's like going the opposite way. Or no, it's going the same way. Alright, one last spin. The whole screen is shaking. Yeehaw! Alright, let's put her on one. Yeah, I've got this, my cutting pad, I'm not really using it. Uh-oh, I dropped the paint. What color is it? Ugh. Oh, it's raw sienna. I didn't even need it for this altar. Yeah, my cutting pad, I'm not using it. It's just the height of it is putting enough friction on the wheel so that it doesn't turn kind of just as I go. To game a paint night. What did I say that'd be fun? I say a lot of stuff. No, 8 different ones? No. Oh, wait, for you, yeah. For me, no. For you painting fast and you have them you have them based up already? And you're not sure which one you want to do at any given time? Yeah, for me, no. Look at this the little clip for the lid is great for holding my little accoutrement. Oh, poor Libby. Am I confusing you with my weird spinning wheel and my talking for 6 hours straight? Yeah, I can see why that would be confusing. Okay. You roll the d20, and whatever you get, 12, you work on one altar for 12 minutes. And then after that, you spin the wheel, and then whatever it lands on, then you work on that. And then you roll the d20 to see how many minutes. 15 minutes. Now, I don't have well, I don't know. I don't think I have ADHD. But I feel like if I did, that would be a pretty good solution. Now I bought carbon black because I've been using Mars black. And my blacks never seem dark enough. So hopefully this carbon black helps. When I was doing my Sithis, I used it on the roots, and I was really happy with how it was looking on those roots. So hopefully it mixes well too. I'm going to do some phthalo blue green shade with that black. I'm going to make kind of this darkish bits at the bottom here. No, I need a Lazy Susan. Yeah, I got mine from Walmart. And literally, there's 3 of them on the shelf, and the first 2 were already falling apart. No, one was falling apart. One literally just had the top half, but the bottom half was nowhere to be seen. And then there's this one. I'm like, this does not bode well. So my fear that this thing falls apart halfway through the process tonight, it's not unfounded, I will say that much. Holy mackerel. Why was that so fast? Look, you see that? I'm like a color wizard maybe. Oh baby. Oh baby, baby. Alright, it's looking better on the palette. That's alright, we'll get there. dog just groaned. I think she's had enough of my antics today. She's like, oh brother, this guy stinks. Yeah. After I like spend 3 minutes straight of spinning it. You know, I've been worried this whole time it's gonna fall apart. Actually, what's even funnier is I went to like a thrift shop first, right? And I found a wheel at the thrift shop, and it had like these like this edge on it. But I was looking at it and I was like, oh, I can take that off. It's just a couple screws. So I grabbed that. And then I'm looking at it, I'm like, actually, it looks like it's a little too small. So I knew I needed a 12-inch wheel for this to work with 8 cards. So then I was in the thrift shop looking for like a ruler. I was in like the like notebook section with all the pens and paper and, you know, kids' backpacks from 20 years ago. And I was just like looking to see if they're selling a ruler I could use to measure it. And I couldn't find one anywhere. But then I found like one of those paper cutting machines, like, and I was like, oh wait, this is awesome. I want one of these. And I was excited to buy it to like cut my parchment paper for my wet palette, right? To get it nice and the same size and all that. So I got really hyped. But then I looked at it and the actual cutting bit was missing. But it had like inches on the side of it. So I used that in a convoluted way to measure the size of the wheel. And it was like 10 inches. And I was like, maybe this fits? So then in the thrift shop, I took my backpack off and I lined up a bunch of cards on it. I went to like the front so they wouldn't think I was up to no good. And I was just like, hey, do you guys mind if I just see if this fits my cards for a project I'm working on? And they're like, no, that's weird, but we don't care. All right, fair enough. And yeah, it definitely turned out that my cards were not going to fit on that wheel. And just kind of the whole time I was like holding it, I was just kind of like absent-mindedly rotating it, like spinning it in my hand. And then on my way to put it back, it actually fell apart. Like the top half detached from the bottom part. So then I was like, oh, I gotta get out of here. I broke their precious junk that they're trying to sell to someone. This bottom part is just going to be like a fading to dark kind of vibes-based doodad. I know there's like dudes and stuff going on, but not today. So yeah, I actually broke a wheel while I was trying to buy a wheel. And then it was like crazy windy. And I had to buy like 2 things of foam board, and I was so afraid the wind was just gonna like snap it in half the second I stepped outside. But luckily it didn't. Oh man alive. made my color like really dark. There, that's better. Give me some of that green. Give me some of that yellow. Back in with the blue. I was so kind of not bummed, but I was really hoping the mail would come in. I've got like 2 or 3 different commissions that I'm literally just waiting on the mail to come in so I can paint a card. And it's already like taken a while. I'm starting to feel kind of bad for my clients. I've had like someone like email me be like saying, "Hey, I'm still interested." I'm like, yeah, I've got you on my list. I just need the cards to show up. The freaking mail service in my country has been striking for like 9 months or something. And then all these game stores like only send through like the snail mail. And especially like on Fridays, you're like, come on, please come in, or else it's going to be another 1 second. Another 2 days. There are 2 days where the mail doesn't even come in, so it's not going to happen then. Yo, Altars by Altars. Did you see the Sithis? I finished painting that yesterday. I painted that pretty much entirely between your 2 streams, the day before and last night. And then, you know, after you signed off for the night, then I did the edit on it. I recorded the voiceover. I uploaded it. And then I went to bed. But I don't think I farmed engagement well enough because that one didn't quite pop off. I thought it might do a bit better. But I know a lot of people would probably be grumpy at me saying that. Because I think it's probably got like over 1,000 views or something already. But I have just like really poor luck with the other platforms. Instagram, TikTok. On those ones, if I get 1,000 views, I'm like, let's go! On YouTube, if I get 1,000 views, I'm like, I've failed. My family's line has failed. I'm the last of my family's line. And we didn't get there. Oh no, no, no. I accidentally ripped up my palette. See, this is the problem with getting like the cheapest parchment paper money can buy. It's not treated with silicone, but it's also very thin. That is blue. That is the color commonly known as blue. That's more like it. Well, we need more blue. Okay, back on track. What the heck? There's something on my brush. I don't know what it is. All my paint's gonna go bye-bye though to get it off. load it back up. I like this artwork. It's really nice. Right now we're kind of just super vibing. No details at the moment. Just colors and shapes and places that make sense. I think the problem why my color is off is I don't have this light blue in it at this point up here. That's why. Wondering what was going on. There we go. There we go. That light blue really brought us back. Beautiful. Spin the wheel. Number 3, my lord. Who's up spinning the wheel? You know, a big marathon like this is good for watch hours. I need like just under 600 more watch hours till I reach the next level. Till I get my copper play button. I get my wood play button. There needs to be like achievable levels of play button. Weep, weep. Alert, alert, alert. See, the next level of this is you have 8 brushes and you line them all up in a grid, and then you just paint with like one handle that paints with all 8 brushes at once. That's the next level. You earned 10. Oh, 1 second. I need to get my pandan tea. No, it's probably oversteamed. No. All right. What up, cool cats? This is Sebastian from Bastion Altars, and today we've got something special for you. I just realized I can like put something in the middle of the wheel, and you can't even like see it because the like setup. So I could put my tea in the middle. I'm not going to. It seems too dangerous, but I could. I'm going to put it right here. That looks nice and cozy, doesn't it? It looks dangerous, actually. Oh well. It'll be fine. The wheel is elevated. The wheel can't be defeated by a simple cup of liquid. What are you, crazy? It's made of the strongest material Walmart has to offer. I'll have you know. Some sort of Walmart adamantium. Walmartium. How's that for viewing experience? It's rotating all over the place by accident. Wonderful. Every rotation gets us one step closer. The Painted Lotus Discord seemed a little quiet today. I haven't been able to like look at it because I've been doing this, but I thought there'd be like kind of a reaction to the Mad Wheel maneuver. It's kind of like crickets in there. And then I'm like, is it me? Am I the problem? No, it's the children who are wrong. It's the children who are wrong. Oh, sorry, that's going to be kind of annoying for stream. Try drinking a more normal way. Yeah, I know that, oh shoot, I'm blanking on names again. Nouns, my mortal enemy. I know that Awkward has been like going hard prepping for that event. And they are getting a lot of work done, I must say. It's so cool. Oh, it'd be really cool if they like, if Awkward like shared numbers of like how the event went for them. I don't expect them to like do that, nor should they, like if they don't want to, but it would just be very interesting, I think. It's like none of the numbers even happen if you don't put all that work in like lining up your product, right? So it's not like you go to an event and you see the same level of return. Probably. Awkward seems like super open. Definitely like with that like social media knowledge. If I wasn't so like shy, I would like try to get into a call with Awkward and just probe that brain about how I can Instagram without coming across as a chopped unk. Big enough. Yeah, I mean, I don't think like I almost said the meme phrase. I almost said I don't think that size matters. But I think what I'm saying is like just like any event is like an event in my mind. I was lurking around 9 p.m. EST, went to work. You've been at it for a while. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Hey, I committed to the bit. I'm not going to back down now. We will be seeing through the wheel process. Or there is always the chance that my phone dies. I'm afraid if I click to like see the battery length, it'll just like, I don't know, something bad will happen. Here, I'll be brave. I'll be brave. I'll check my phone's battery. Oh, I don't have to. Well, I'd like to see the percent if possible. Okay, the phone is at 50%. Did that screw up this stream? No? Uh-oh. Sorry, I'm wiggling everywhere. I'm trying to open Droid Cam. Open Sesame! Uh-oh, I'm lost. I'm not an iPhone user. Somebody help! Ah, there we go. Good, okay. How often am I going to do this? I don't know. I was thinking about doing it every week. But I guess it'll kind of depend to some extent about the buy-in, right? If I can get like a decent response, that would definitely motivate me to keep at it. I think if I do like a more kind of like playable, a more iconic card, I think that would be more of a draw. So this week is kind of like you know, when the restaurants open like a day early and don't tell anyone, except I told everyone, so I don't know what I'm saying. But yeah, it's like a dry run with kind of cards I had laying around, kind of what I could cook up. So definitely I'll probably give it, you know, a few weeks, see if it's something that kind of is good to do. I think no matter what, like I'm trying to get my watch time up a little bit, and I'm never sure what to upload for long form videos. So I like doing the streams to like get my watch time. And like a little behind the scenes baseball is you can get your watch time, but then you have to maintain the watch time like every year, or else you will like be booted from the partner program by the biggest YouTube boot you could imagine. So I actually find streams a lot more fun to do than try like brainstorm long form content. But the Sithist that I just uploaded, I did record that whole thing in horizontal format. So I'm probably going to do like a paint with me on that one as well. And that'll be like a chill kind of piece of content. And then the binder tours, those are my favorite because it's not just like a video I can put up. For me, it's like, hey, I'm like stopping, I'm slowing down, I'm looking at these cards, and I'm really saying what I feel about them. And it's like a study into my own progresso. Now, let's see how dark I can get this kind of teal bluish color that I'm working with here. But yeah, for this stuff, it's definitely always got to be on like a weekend. It's like the only time I can afford to do it time-wise. And now I'm like more in the color matching phase. I'm like drawing on the wheel. A little bit in here just to make it more interesting. Yeah, when I'm like now in this part of it, it feels like really weird to be moving and switching around. I feel like very much drawn to just like trying to get it perfected down. We decided to launch our stream at 12:34 EST UTC 5. That's 20 minutes from now. Well, thank you, because I would have been lost. And I'm not being sarcastic. I was like, that is a letter soup. And I'm more of a sandwich guy, you know what I'm saying? More of a sandwich guy than a soup guy. Launch it, baby. Launch it. I'd even open it on another window in my computer if I didn't think my computer would crash with that much going on. I even gave it a little compressed air action today. I was like, just for good luck, I'm gonna hit you with that compressed air, my friend, as a treat. Best be on your best behavior today. If anybody out there can multi-tab or stream this one, feel free to come over also. Sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry, the appropriate thing probably would have been to just mute the mic, but my brain is too small. Didn't think of doing that until after I'd already started coughing. I did the Tazon Day approach instead. Well, it turns out my tea didn't oversteep. Oh no, I hit my light. Oh no. Oh no. Let's get you out of the way. Now all of China knows you're here. Alright, very good. Launching the stream in 20 minutes. Do you think there's a chance I'll be still streaming when y'all are done? I hope not, frankly, but do you think there's a chance? I would put it at a non-zero chance. Let's do the math. Start at 3. It's now like 10 or something. 7 hours. My phone's at like 50%. So in theory, the maximum I could go on this phone charge would be another 7 hours. But that's just a theory. A game theory. You hope not for me? I'm in the zone. I'm in the zone. I'm painting Teferi's time twist. I'm in the zone. Oops. I'm still in the zone. If anything, if it gets to be like a little much, I'll just stop talking. I'll just mute my mic. Leave kind of the background music and yeah, just like vibe it out. Put on like a podcast or something. but just keep the stream running. That's just if like my voice starts to get really tired. But overall, I'm not tired. No. I don't even get tired, frankly. This isn't some weird humble brag. Usually when I go to bed, I'm like, huh, it's 4 a.m. Out of respect for my body, I should probably sleep. Huh, well, what do you know? 4 a.m. My paint's a little way too wet. A little way too wet. Alright, that sounds good. I appreciate that. I mean, every little bit helps. Stay well, sip tea. Oh yeah. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. The tea brings me life. I love this tea. I gotta move my light blue up here. I think the Mars black might be better for blending or darkening colors though. It's weird, I don't exactly understand how blacks work at the moment. I know the Mars black has like a slight kind of like blue tint to it. But I don't know what to do with that information. But I think the carbon black is supposed to just be like straight black. Also, I think it just like depends how picky I decide to go on these altars. I mean, I'm still going to go really hard on them because at the end of this, they're still going to be on my website, my shop. So they're going to be at a reduced price still. Definitely not going to call it good enough. I'm going to reach my same standard of quality that I try to put on all of my work. See if I can get just a little bit of darkness in here. Yeah, just like that. I'm just trying to give it some movement. So I got lines going in similar directions, how they're going up here. Everything's kind of emanating from the center outwards, right? So I'm trying to give it a similar amount of movement in life. It's muddying up my border a lot, but I'll fix that. One moment. The tea is going to be clutch. So clutch. Sorry, I'll try not to slurp so much. It's just really good tea. Like I said, if you've never had pandan tea, give it a go. It's the only tea I drink without sugar and milk. All other teas I find taste too kind of earthy for my taste. Please note, I have never said to claim to have a refined palate. I just know I like what I like, and I like this pandan tea quite a lot. Oops, I'm sliding the whole unit around here. Let's get that up front and center. Let me just check. My situation is a little crooked at the moment. So, okay. Alright, that looks good. Ding dong, ding ding. Ooh, almost dipped my brush in my tea. I almost had a crazy wire cross there. Yo, let's go. We're painting. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Remember that like point in which like everyone was imitating Moist Critical? Like everyone was uploading videos and them in like baggy white tees with like long hair wigs. Speaking of monotones. That's when nature was healing. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Trying to get this like really dark color is kind of tricky. Keep up the good work, smiley face. Amen. Gonna get a hell yeah. I plan on doing just that, my friend. I plan on doing just that. Yesterday I was like out and about getting stuff ready for this project, like the wheel, this thing, all the supplies, everything, and oh, it was so windy. I saw like the siding of like a apartment complex was like detached and like flailing around like crazy in the wind. I was like, this would be a great time to just be at home where it's nice and warm and cozy. But I was on a mission. And out of respect for that mission, I will continue this good work. This is like a great card to paint 8 copies of because it's just so like vibey. There's not like a lot lot of very necessary details I need to extend. Like this would be a real pain in the butt if there's something as simple as a bookcase. I'd be like, oh gosh, not a bookcase. So I think I picked a really decent card to make happen for this first one. I think I want to paint something with like a lot of clouds, because clouds are really vibey too, and there's a lot of beautiful skies in magic art, so I've got a few I could pick from. Anyone got any good cloudy sky suggestions for magic cards? It would be under heavy consideration for the next time I do this. I'm glad that these are starting to take shape though. For the longest time they were kind of struggling, but now we're really starting to take some shape here. Starting to look good. I need a tea refill real quick. Excuse me, excuse me. That's that good shit. The good stuff. Please don't get tea on my cards. These cards have sweat, blood, tears, and tea in them. Oh, I almost dipped my brush in my tea again. I don't know why. Every time I fill it up, I'm like, time to dip. Time to dip my brush in that beverage I plan on drinking. Flicking a little bit of water from my brush. Okay. That's fitting pretty good in here. What a fun vibey card this is. I'm hearing some texture. No, it's not on the card. It must be something in my brush. It has some texture that's making a sound. Okay. Now I gotta reload this thing. Load it up with paint. Load it up. Wonderful. I'm almost back at the 1. Really adding in a lot of kind of depth with this go around here on these greens. Really starting to bring the piece to life a little bit. Then I'm gonna have to do a lighter green. Kind of like fill in these areas that are lacking. I don't know if you'd call this color green. It's more like a dark teal or a dark turquoise. My brush is getting really dried out here. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. This one needs just some more shadows here. Yo, what's up, dude? Maz Blue Bull Main. Not much. I've been painting for almost 7.5 hours. About 15 minutes of that was setup time, and about 20 minutes of that was walking my dog on a little break. But it's been a pretty chill time either way. Doing so many cards at once. Yeah. Kind of crazy. Kind of something I feel like most normal people don't do. Not sure what that says about me. But yeah. Next I'll do 10. I'll do Lost Leonin. So I can make a whole freaking playset of Lost Leonin. Or maybe how many Dan-Dans get ran in Dan-Dan. I'll do that many. I don't know how many it is, but I'll do that many. What if you made you're doing altars? Give me 1 second. Skibidi beepa doopity. I have a Discord. I don't have a Discord. You could email them to me if you want. Sorry, I don't have a Discord at the moment. If you want to join a Discord of other altarists and you're doing altars, I could link you there. And then you could post them and show them to like a whole group of people, not just me. Could make that happen if you want. Few mini altars. I like the sound of a mini altar. Sure. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. Can I move my water here? Let me see here. Alrighty, give that a go. Sorry for everyone, I was kind of paused while I was getting the link there. I can help you with color matching to some regard. Let me know what colors you're going for. There is some color matching that still I find difficult, and I just get there through sheer gritting my teeth and try, but most everything except purple I'm pretty decent at. But I recently had, you know, somewhat of a breakthrough on purple doing that Sithis that I uploaded today. So I've been kind of cheating, finding a color similar enough and overlaying it on the original art, so it kind of blends in when in reality it doesn't match. I mean, that's not cheating, that's just how you do it. Yeah, painting into the original art is like kind of the way to go for like a lot of stuff. Like these cards, it's like super vibey. If it was like, you know, someone's like face on the edge and you have to like extend their face, then it's pretty hard to paint in the original art. But I think like painting into the original art is just the way to go, and it stops you from having like when the light hits it funny, you have like a clear box where you didn't paint anything, right? So yeah, you should always be like painting into the original art like a little bit. Well, maybe not always, but I think it does more good than it does harm for sure. It may seem like you're cheating, but like you have to be like getting pretty close for it to look good painting into the original art. So if you're getting that close that still looks good, you're definitely on the right path. Ding, 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 ding. Well, yeah, to some degree I paint into the original art on pretty much all the cards that I do. And like I said, nothing's worse than like the light hitting it funny and you just having a big box where there's a clear difference from where you were painting and the original art is. But that is usually like mitigatable to some degree by finishing the card with a finishing spray, or even just putting a sleeve on the card really helps blend the opaque paint with the glossy kind of card back, not back, the card stock. Ooh boy, it's starting to take shape here. It's starting to take some serious shape. My palette has become quite a mess here. I feel like this is a case of I asked whether I could and not whether I should with this idea. Ding, 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 ding. But painting with the wheel, doing a bunch of cards at once, there's parts of it that have been like more fun than painting a card normally. And then there's parts of it that were like less fun than painting a card normally. The more fun part is you like don't have to wait for anything to dry. Because by the time you get all the way around your wheel to that first thing you painted, it's nice and dry. That's like the win. What the hell is this thing? Some tissue paper? Oh no, that's the I know what that is. They all look sick though, especially since they're all slightly different. Yeah, I didn't want to make them all the same. I wanted to like shake it up and kind of make them all be doing a little bit different. Ding ding ding. Oh, I'm struggling with the lid on this freaking paint. There we go. I need some more paint on my palette because it's looking a little paintless. That's too much yellow. But I don't want my yellow to be right beside my orange there. It's a problem waiting to happen. I'm trying to get like some highlights going in with like a really bright kind of mix of this kind of phantom-y green. I'm putting it like close to the edge of where all this stuff is coming from. Just kind of giving it some highlights and making all my kind of brush strokes kind of follow this shape that's going on. All kind of pointing in where it's drawing our eye right to the staff. So all my brush strokes are going that way right now. Mass, do you have any ideas of other cards I should do on the wheel? Cards that are like popular, iconic. Might be interesting for someone to see 8 copies of. What if I did that like infamous deck 8 rack? If I did 8 racks, but it's like 4, like a playset of each of the 2 racks, just like the deck. I prefer to do all the same card, but that would be kind of a funny idea. Now, I think I forgot to go over this part with the last one, so let me touch that up. That edge is still frickin' there after everything I've been through. Swords to Plowshares, yeah, that's a good one. But when I look at Swords to Plowshares, I can't decide on which printing I want to do. That's my little Swords to Plowshares problem, is which printing. I'm just going backwards on the wheel because I feel like I forgot to touch up these little edges. I don't know if that's true or not, but I feel like it, so. And I really need these borders to go away. I kind of forget where I was, frankly. I can tell I did this one though. And I can see my brush stroke angles there. This one. Church to Plowshares. Oh my god, it's church. I feel like my light is pointed a little too low right now. Does that help? 1 second. Okay, yeah, that looks right. My light was casting quite the shadow from my hand, I think. I fixed that up. Also, I feel like there is a possibility that watching me paint could instill bad habits in you. Just a warning. Like I paint so watered down most of the time, and it's kind of inadvisable because one, it takes like a really long time to make progress, and two, it's hard to get like really opaque kind of looks when you do it like this. So just a heads up. I usually do this for like 90%, and then for like the finishing stuff, then I go with really kind of a dry palette and try to fix it up there. But yeah, it also kind of is reflective of what cards I choose to do. I like ones where it's a bit more vibey and less super precise details. Although, of course, I've done more precise ones too. I feel like I really want to do like reliquary tower on the wheel. I think it's got like such solid chunks of color, it would be pretty fun. I feel like a lot of people, like the first card they choose to alter is Reliquary Tower. For some reason or another. People are just drawn to seeing that imbigified, the art imbigified. Kind of have the opposite problem. You're not watering enough. I feel like you get your brush like wet from like dipping in the water to clean it. Then you dry off, flick off the water from your brush, and then that should be like enough water typically. But I don't know. I just think so like I dip my brush and then I forget to like shake the excess water out, or you can just kind of like place the part away from all the paint like on the paper towel to soak it up, and you still keep your paint on your brush, but you soak up some of the water that way. I think that's like typically keeps you kind of where you want to be, but because my mind like slips on it once in a while, then I end up putting a bunch of water onto my palette. And the big thing is I think I mostly managed my brush well, but I just put so little paint on my palette at once. Right now it's different because I'm doing 8 cards at once, but otherwise I put like the tiniest little dollops on my palette just to conserve paint and make it last. But since I do such little paint, a small amount of water, you know, affects it more than if I was doing a larger amount of paint. But yeah, usually I'm like watching something or I'm multitasking. So I don't really care if I have to do a million wet layers. Not wet layers, but a million very thin layers. Because I'm otherwise like entertained, engaged. No problem. Right? But yeah, that is like a downside of painting with a really kind of like watered down paint. It does take a lot longer to make any meaningful progress. But it works for me since I feel like it's easier to make like small steps towards that greater goal than to make like one big step, but maybe you misstep, you know? This needs like a little bit more yellow. I'm not doing that yet. I keep forgetting I'm doing like 8 cards at once. Doing this kind of more yellowy kind of greens, that comes later. Wonderful. Let's mix just a little bit more. Oops, I'm painting a little bit crooked. I need to keep my card lined right here because I'm also streaming like vertical on YouTube. So if someone's watching vertical and my card is in the wrong spot, they're basically looking at nothing. Any color theory videos or books you could recommend? Or did you learn it all trial by error? I don't think I know much about color theory. Since I mostly do extensions, I just kind of like look at what colors are there and then like I put them there. I know there's let me think for a moment if I have an example. I think the card I was going to use, for example, I already shipped out. But basically, I just like look at the card really closely and I emulate what I see there. Sometimes I'll go into, I'll just like bring a card over into like a picture editing software and I'll just grab the color picking tool. I'll just like click around to see what colors are there. So I'll click around if like I'm in this orange and I see like yellow, red, orange, yellow, red, orange. And I just kind of go with the patterns. sometimes, like for example, if I'm trying to get an effect like this is almost like a burnished gold looking trim on Teferi's cloak, is I would just Google like how to like paint gold colors. If you search like mini painting tutorials, they're all about like achieving effects, whether it's terrain effects or color effects. And you can actually like find guides of how to do stuff, even like really simple ones that are just like pictures. So when I did the Atris altar I did with all the golden mask on it, I just like searched how to paint gold minifigures, and then there's like a step-by-step guide. It was like put down your yellow and then dry brush brown over it and then speckle in red over it for more of a brassy kind of color, and then for your highlights do like a very light yellow. I do have one book from when I was in college. I think it's called, let me see if I can figure out what it's called without going to find it. I think it's called Artist Color Manual. But I'm like a big believer in the library, so I also just go to the library and whatever book they have, I'll take. I don't think like there's like one perfect book. So I just hit up like your local library, grab a couple books about painting. I did read like a couple books about painting. Then there's more than one way to achieve the same effect as well. Alright, so we're back at 1 here. I think I want to get some like really strong highlights in here. I'm going to paint with just like a straight white since it'll be so opaque like that. And then I'll go over it with like kind of my ethereal green that we've got going on. Very light ethereal green. Branded in Yu-Gi-Oh says, hi. Hello. How are you? And then I want some like really nice thin lines as well. I don't like that. And this white is just going to be a little base for some really bright greens. But the white is opaque, very opaque, so when I put the lighter greens on it, they'll like show up a lot better than if I try to put the light greens on the darker of kind of like the same color. It won't want to show up. Now it'd be like wiser to kind of like plan things out a bit better. But I'm kind of just like vibe painting. Yeah, what kind of light streak in here? But yeah, all this like straight white I'm painting, it's just a tool to like lighten up the parts where I want to put a really bright kind of highlight. Oh yeah, that's right where I wanted it, baby. A lot of my brushes are feeling the marathon painting session. I already switched off one earlier. And this one is showing some decent signs of splitting at the ends. Oh, that was a little heavy-handed. This might be an interesting little highlight in here. Kind of like that. Yeah, I'm really liking that shapiness over there. Definitely something needs to happen over here. Right, just straight block of one color. Looks kind of boring. But I like doing cards like this where, you know, it's not like a very concrete of this world item. So you can play around and it doesn't have to look like anything in particular. It just has to look cool. It just has to look sick as hell. Man, all the late night peeps are coming in. I feel like we had the after work crowd, and then, you know, a lot of people went to their LGS or something, and now the late night homies are coming in. Doo-doo-doo. That or my girlfriend and her friend both logged in at the same time. When they should be enjoying their resort. It's noon for me. Yo. People on the other side of the world are always showing up for me. In a big way. In a huge way. What are you on lunch break? You know, I could go for some lunch. Just chilling before cooking lunch with the wife. Heck yeah. That sounds pretty cool. Our main man, Maz Blue. Homie's wifed up. Living that domestic bliss. Just a little bit down here because it's already got a highlight going on. just accentuate that. My brush is getting worked right now. I don't know exactly why, but it is. I think I just haven't hit it with water in a while. So the paint in the bristles is starting to dry. There we go. Yeah, that's better. Let me just see if I can clean that up. Looks a little sharp right now. There we go. Let's add a little bit more. Voila. Wonderful, wonderful. All right, now I'm going to go in with a really light green. And it's the color that I wanted to put down in the first place, but it wouldn't have gone over top of that darker color, which is why I put all that white down. I might need to mix some more. Right now it's a little too yellowy. So I'm just going to mix this blue in slowly. Now it's just a little bright, so I'm going to mix some white in. Yeah, okay. This looks good. I'm just going to switch out to a smaller brush. Now I could rock this like 2 rounds the whole time. This is actually a 3 round, so it's even slightly bigger if the bristles weren't starting to get a little tired. This will do. So I'm now just going over that white and I'm kind of putting in these like mint green highlights. This is what I want for these areas to begin with, but there's no way it would have shown up if I tried to put on top of that darker green. Smallest brush I currently use, I don't go smaller than 0 typically. And I don't even use my 0 very often. But I'm not like the super high detailed painter. Some altarists are like crazy with the details. I will like do it if the piece calls for it, but I'm not like out of my way looking for cards to like flex how small I can paint, because 1, I can't paint that small, and 2, it's just kind of annoying. Not the flexing part, just painting small in general. If you can paint super small, super detailed, you go flex. And I will like it, and I will share it, and I will think it's awesome. Picking up a double O. Oh. It's also hard for me to like really gauge because of the way I paint. Since I'm always doing time lapses, I like hold my brush really far back, right? If I want to get really detailed, you can hold your brush really close like this, right? And you can even like steady your hand with your other hand and then just like lightly apply to your thing. And then, you know, those are very light strokes, but another thing is like my head is back. If I really want to see what I'm doing, my head would be like right on top of it, but I really don't want to get my mop of hair in the shot right now because of like, what are we at? 8 hours of wearing my headphones and sitting in my pajamas painting. My hair looks like a mop, I'm sure it does. I wasn't really super thrilled with this. I think I got, yeah, there we go. I gotta get more of this color that I actually want on there. I'm going through this color pretty quick though. Yeah, I need an RT refill here. Nice. After 8 hours of yapping, your throat needs some tea, I'll tell you that much. He says, and then he begins to go silent. Yeah, I've been talking so much. Stops talking. I just never stop yapping. Now listen here, jackass. There we go. How much longer do I reckon to finish this set of 8? Honestly, I have no idea. It's probably, well, I don't know. Let me see how much battery my phone has here. Can't see. Doesn't say the percentage. Just shows a little battery icon. But I have no idea. It probably won't be too much longer till I'm finished these bottom bits, to be frank. And then the blue won't take too long. The thing is, like, no small part of it takes long in by itself, but adding it all up takes long. And then I'm going to have to go back and clean my letters a couple times yet. And when I do one card, not a big deal. When you do 8 cards, it's like, oh god. Get the toothpick out. Mom, get the toothpick. I'm not, also not approaching it like, I need to get this done, like, mindset. I'm just like, I'm chilling. This is what I want to be doing. I want to be painting cards. Now, would I normally take more breaks and, not talk the whole time and most likely be watching something on YouTube and be chilling? Yes, I would usually be doing that, but not at the moment. There we go. Man, when I got up to look at my phone there, my back cracked like you wouldn't believe. The sound was probably on camera, but I didn't want to acknowledge it at that moment. Ooh, that was a little much. This is like one of those pieces where, you can kind of be done when it looks good. There's some things where it's like, oh, it has to be really realistic or really this or that, or my shadows need to be like perfect, but this is a very forgiving card, frankly. So once everything looks good, I guess I'll be done, but we're a little ways away from it all looking good yet. Actually, let's deepen these colors a little bit. Too much white showing through for my liking. I feel like once I get these light greens in, I might take a little supper break. Just kind of leave everything running in the background while I eat a bowl of rice and meatballs. Rice and meatballs. Goated combo, for real, for real. Sounds delicious. Yeah, it'll be nice. I haven't eaten anything since I started streaming, so it'll be a nice little pick-me-up. Oh, I just had a weird feeling. I was like, oh no, I'm gonna have to cover all the holographic stamps, but this is a common card, baby. This ain't no legendary. There ain't no holographic stamp here. We don't gotta do that. Alright, everybody. Hope you're having a good time. I will be muting and chowing down some meatballs pretty quickly. I might also take my dog out just for a pee, not to walk around the whole block. So if you decide to peace out, that's all chill. Thanks for joining me. But the stream will not be ending until all the cards are finished. Alright, with that, I'm gonna go get some supper. Okay, I'm back. Just give me 1 second here. Pour myself another cup of tea. Throw my dog's toy. There. Alright. Who up here twisting their time? Anybody up twisting their time? This one looks like it could use a little more color in these bits here. Okay, going to it's a little yellow. Let's get some blue in there. Still a little yellow. There we go. Looking kind of gray, actually. There we go, that's looking more like it. Actually need a more yellowy green for up here. Oh, I'm rotating the wrong way. This is crazy. My big thing at the moment is I just want to make sure all these little words and letters and numbers are all covered up here. All that set information. Kind of just soften all the difference between those highlights and the darker bits. Just going over top, fixing them all up a little bit. Crazy, it's like 11:30, so the stream says almost 9 hours. Of course, probably 45 minutes of that was eating, setting up, taking my dog out to use the washroom, all that good stuff. Still kind of a marathon. But we still out here. Listen, I do what I say and I say what I do. Don't forget it. I'm very lucky. I picked a mostly vibey card. This was like a high detail card. It would be over for me. But I'm confident where we're at. I can finish this up. No problem. I need to get some more color on my palette. Right now it's just moving fumes around. Oh man, this is the biggest dent I've put in my paint in a while. I typically like don't even have to squeeze my tubes. I just like dab them on the palette and there's paint comes out. Yo, who's up squeezing their tubes? Am I right? Alright, fellow kids. Alright. There we go. We got some actual paint on the brush now. Things are moving and grooving. I think after doing this like super vibey part, I'm going to do the fire because that will look... It'll like show off that I'm actually capable of doing some details instead of just slapping paint around. We have been doing really chill colors and shapes with no rhyme or reason for quite some time now. I'll clean up my boxes too here so that they look nice before I move on. Big old stretch. Those little walks with my dog to go use the washroom are giving me life. Okay, this needs to be a little bit darker. And then I've got too much water in my brush, unfortunately. Gotta dry that off. My dog is rattling her dish, but she's had more than enough to eat today. So I don't know what's going through her mind. I would be shocked if she's hungry at this point. I'd be less shocked if she's just bored. Trying to get a reaction out of me. I've been ignoring her all day painting. Alright, we've almost made the whole rotation here. Lovely stuff. This one I don't like so much. It's got these bars on it. It's like 2, 2, 2, 2. It looks very planned. Which is weird because I didn't plan a dang thing. Let's see if I can get one of these. Get a few of these bar sections out of here. Okay, I'm gonna clean up the edges of these boxes, and that way when I move on to other parts of the card, at least those will look clean. I'm just gonna trim my, holy mackerel, my Q-tip here. I'm just using like a Q-tip, but the end of it was full of paint that I had already scraped off, so just go ahead, trim it so it's nice and clean, and I can use that. So this is just a Q-tip, a little bit of moisture in it, water, what have you, and that will kind of reactivate the paint, give it a nice soft but firm kind of edge to rub it with once it's reactivated by the water, and then it comes right off. So this is how I'm getting my edge nice and clean. For really precise little tiny bits, I'll go back and fix it with a Q-tip, with a toothpick. But for kind of like big sections, especially these kind of like straight lines, Q-tip works wonders. I might check on my dog and just see if she needs water. Like I say, it's hard to believe she's hungry still, but she could be thirsty. Although I gave her quite a big drink this morning, she should still have water in her dish. I think she's just bored and grumpy with me for painting all day. That's my dog, by the way, if anyone just joined the chat. I'm not ignoring a dependent or anything like that. So I'm currently in the phase of cleaning up this borders. I'm getting them like 95%, and then the tiny little wavery bits, I'll go back and get those with a toothpick. But I might save that for like the very kind of end. Pandan tea, very good stuff, very good stuff. A little bit of water on my Q-tip, the end that I pulled all the fluff off of, so I have a nice hard edge. But it's also kind of like, it's hard, but it also like soak up a bit of water, so that's nice and moistified. Great for kind of reactivating the paint, getting it loose, so you can go in and kind of use the cotton edge and just suck it up, just like a drink. Oh, my cotton edge is falling apart here. It's folded in on itself there. You need some water? Is that what you want? I'm just gonna go see if she needs some water. Push your luck though. Deep, deep, deep. I don't know if you could hear me talking my dog, but she did drink all of her water. Usually it takes her a couple days to go through a whole bowl. Must have been thirsty work today. Goodness. See, the one end of the toothpick, it just like loosens the paint. It really helps to get the other one to pull it up. There we go. And another thing I do to get some paint off is I have a really stiff bristled brush. I just do the same thing with it. And since the bristles are more designed to hold water, it'll actually also suck it up a little bit. But these bristles are super stiff, so if I go a little far, it'll take the paint off in like one stroke. So gotta be careful with that bad boy. But I think I'll get these like really close to super clean. But of course it's easiest to clean them when I can pick them up off this wheel. I can move them around and get really good angles. So you might have to wait a little bit for that. I just feel like I'm gonna go through a bunch of Q-tips with the Q-tip method. Not that I'm afraid of using Q-tips, but it like gets slowly less and less effective as you use it. And this is just really consistent in how it works. Just have to be more careful is all. Like I say, I go too far and it'll take the paint off in an instant. It's also more prone to leave like a scratchy edge to it, but I can fix the edge really quick with a toothpick. Lovely stuff. I could keep getting new Q-tips, or I could keep trimming the edge off. But just kind of seems like a bit of a hassle. After this, we'll move on to doing the fire. And that will be like a fun little treat. The fire will go pretty quick and it's gonna look really nice when it's done. I've done enough fire now that I feel like I kind of have the gist of it. I can just do it without too much experimentation. Watch me say that and then probably struggle. So for these borders are a little bit, they're not quite as clean as I usually get them, and I will get them cleaner, but I would like to be able to take them off the wheel to do so. So I'm going to err on the side of like under cleaning instead of over cleaning and kind of making a mistake that way, because that is a much harder mistake to fix. Alright, there's a lot of paint here, so I'm just gonna use Old Reliable. This thing takes off paint like nobody's business. Terrible to paint with, ironically. On a card at least. I'm sure it'd be good on a proper canvas. But on a card, this thing just like scratches right through the previous layer. Even when I try to paint as lightly as I can. Bristles are just so stiff. Probably means like it would hold its shape if it was just a little more chill. We'd probably be good buddies. And as my kind of like Q-tip gets a bunch of paint in the cotton, I just peel off some of the cotton. I just pinch it and pull it off. Some comes off. Then I have new fresh cotton to soak up more paint with. And like I was saying, I doubt anyone's here from way back when I put in these shapes, but I was saying, I just go big and thick and chunky with these bits on the text box because I can just reshape them just like this. Just that easily. I can reshape them down. Now I can't reshape them up without putting more paint on. So that's why I always err on the side of just doing kind of big, bold shapes and then refining down when it comes to this text box stuff. I might have to go in and add some more blue to cover that end. Seems weird that there'd just be a floating end there. We'll see. And some of these blue remnants, this is like little offshoots, glow of the magic, so I can leave that there without too much worry. Alright, let me see if I can get a good angle for this. Yeah, I could definitely bring this down further, but just going to kind of move on from this card for a moment. There's also these little bits I have to keep in mind. Crazy how on one card this would have been like a 1 minute thing, but doing 8 cards it becomes quite a process. Just cleaning out my little borders here. Some things have been like a lot more fun. Painting with 8 cards, not having to wait for layers to dry, was really cool in the beginning stage. I was putting on tons of small watery layers, but as I get to more and more detail work, smaller little things like this, it gets more tricky. More and more tricky, I'm afraid. There we go. When I do that nice clean line, I can just really take this off worry-free with this mean brush. I'm just gonna shove the paint over towards this magic line. Here, you go over there. You be the glow. Be the glow you want to see in the world. And the paint that's left over, just grab it with the Q-tip. Easy peasy. Lovely stuff. Oh, are we all cleaned up? No, this one I just painted really nicely. I just didn't make a big mess. Go me. Let's keep that in the middle. Cleaning up my edges, baby. I'm cleaning up my edges, baby. Looking good. Looking nice and clean. Blue twisty magic is interesting. Stretch it out. I am feeling so much time in the chair today. Typically I don't spend this much time in the chair. At least not all at once. Here we go. Sometimes it feels like that meme where the guy's like mining for diamonds and he gives up right before he gets there. Sometimes that's what's like cleaning the edges. You want just like such that perfect, crisp, clean edge, but you get too spooked. And then you've got kind of like a bubbly edge that doesn't look as nice. You played it safe and you didn't win big. You didn't get the diamonds. Which I'm kind of doing at the moment, but I'm gonna go back and fix it all up super nice. I feel like I'm getting not like physically tired, but I'm feeling like, man, I need a second wind to keep at it. My dog's certainly tired. She's nearly passed out. She didn't even paint 8 cards today. What a bum. Always one of my last steps when I'm done cleaning the halters, I just kind of like really rewash kind of the surface of it. Just like a Q-tip, a wet Q-tip. I just really fine tooths go over everything. No, we're not there yet, but eventually we'll get there. Just using my toothpick here because it's a really kind of tight space in between my blue I don't want to get rid of and my border I don't want to go too far on. Lovely stuff. The same thing in here. This green bit should not be here. Does it look a little funny now that it's not there? Yes. But it still stands. It wasn't supposed to be there. All right. Those are all cleaned up. Looks like some of these choices have been made on purpose, I must say. Nice. Okay. This one card is just standing out to me quite a bit. So I'm going to just kind of darken some of these bits that feel too light to me. Just like that. Okay, now we're on to the fire and the fury. Let's go back, start at 1. Okay. Now I'm going to be super bold. I'm going to just use the straight red. Could be a mistake, we'll see. Yeah, that's not right. I'm going to use a very slightly white red. And to some as a pink. And at this point I'm going to start trying to actually paint around the words rather than having to uncover them each time. Okay. This is just going to be like a decent base to turn into the other colors. The yellows and the oranges of the inner fire. Inner fire. Yeah, doing this fire is going to be like pretty quick and snappy because it doesn't take up that much like surface area. So this is kind of like a little treat that I've been saving for some later instant gratification. This is me passing the marshmallow test is what's happening right in front of us. Going to be a lot of wheels spinning, a lot of progress. Can I get a hell yeah? And this is the one where I had like a little bit of texture build up here where my brush is, and I had to just like chip off a chunk of paint that I don't know why it dried so texturally. So I had a big chunk that I had to go back and fix a few times. All right. Now let's whip up a pretty bright orange, shall we? This is pretty simple, yellow and red. The primary school kids know that one. Don't want to get... Oof. That is... Okay, sometimes if I put too much on my palette, I'll just... No, I don't want to touch the other shit. Oh. Alright, still looking nice and yellow. We'll just put that back. Save that for later. And I just want to get like the brightest orange I can get. Because it's really easy to tone down something, but it's annoyingly hard to crank something up. Now I'm just kind of like pushing the paint in the direction the fire is moving, which would give me some texture and some kind of like feathered edges moving in that same direction. Now if you pull it, it becomes very smooth, right? But if you push it, then you'll get more of that texture that you want. So this is why I'm pushing it. It does do kind of like a little bit of a number on your brush though, so it's a little bit of a trade-off, but none of my brushes are so expensive that I can't afford to wear them down a little bit, especially in the name of achieving a cool fiery effect here. And you know, I started with that kind of like base kind of burgundy red, and that's what our edges are going to be. And then as we go inwards, we're going to add more and more yellow, and then maybe just very close to a white, kind of a off-white yellow for that very center line. Should be the hottest part of the fire. The hottest part of the fire. So, currently at 9.5 hours. But if you think about it, if you divide that by 8, that's only like, you know, like an hour and 15 minutes each, I think. 15 times 8 is 2 hours. Less than an hour 15. So although it's kind of like slow process, it's definitely slower than painting one card. Why wouldn't it be? It's more efficient than I was expecting. Not that I really wanted to stay up till the crack of dawn. But my significant other is out of town. I got the place to myself. Why not just spend the day painting? sorry, I didn't have that lined up. I kind of went head empty for a moment. It just kind of happens sometimes when I'm painting. Normally when I'm painting, I'm just actively thinking about the painting. I'd like to say I'm just like vibing, but I'm usually thinking about it in some way or another. And I'm aware of that because if I try to listen to certain things, like certain audiobooks, I will lose track of what's going on in the book. So I know that my brain activity must be focused on the painting process in some way or another. And we're back to 1. So now each time we go around, we're just going to add, a little bit of yellow to our orange mixture. And we're going to start really giving it some shape, right? So at this point I can kind of put in my middle line that I'm going to work from, because the flames are kind of going either side out of this middle line. Like I said, I'm still trying to push them in order to give it some texture. And I don't mean like physical, like raised edge, I just mean like shape. Kind of dummying in my middle line there. Then I'm just pushing my paint outwards from that line. Might need to make some more orange. After this layer, unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to clean up my text, which is always a bit of a chore when you're doing 1 card. When you're doing 8 cards, it's a real pain in the patootie. I'm really afraid of like one of my European viewers who went to bed 4 hours ago waking up and I'm still doing this. I'm afraid they'll judge me. Oof, that did not look great, but we are at a stage where we can make things that don't look great to eventually build off that towards something that looks good. Round and round, where it stops, nobody knows. Stretch it out, stretch it out. This is the direction of that center line. Oh, we're back to number 1. What a treat. Okay, so like I said, just gonna keep adding yellow and making this more and more bright yellow. What the hell? How did so much red get in there? Holy. Okay, what are we working with here? This is certainly brighter, right? Oh yeah. Alright, let's do this. And I don't need this line to be super thin. When I get to the final kind of like really bright center, that's where that thinness will come in. But now I have to at least kind of be very conscious about the shapes that are taking form here. I need to have the kind of these tongues reaching out, tongues of flame. Oh. Lovely, lovely. Around we go on the wheel. And it might be possible that I go from the inside out, and then once I hit the inside, then I go back and I blend it back out from there. We'll see what the vibe is. The next layer, I'm probably gonna go real light with it. But I think before I do that, I will have to uncover some of my text, because it's like 3, maybe even 4 layers down at the moment. I usually don't like to let it get 2 layers down. I don't like to get 3 layers down. I usually rock it at 2 layers deep, because it just gets hard to see it, to clean it up with too many layers. And then when you move it, it wants to like pile up instead of just chipping off or coming off. Let's see, I'll probably need these. Well, I might not need these. Either way, I'm gonna put the lid on my palette while I clean up a little, so that it doesn't dry out. Alright, I'm gonna just take a brief break. Just get up, fill my water, that kind of thing. Alright, just like a Dragon Ball Z fighter, tossing aside their weighted training clothes, I have switched into my shorts. And now I will use my true power. Forgive me, Sensei. I'm even gonna drop my weighted glasses. Sorry for the microphone blowout, they're just that heavy. Sorry, Sensei, I must go all out just this once. All that just to do the most tedious work in the altering world. Scraping the paint around the letters. Teferi's time twist. That's what I'm talking about, baby. One letter at a time. Fortunately, I don't know any other way to do it. And I doubt the one exists, frankly. Teferi's time twist. Well, that 1 out of 10 cleaned up. Oh, just 9 more. No biggie. Just 9 more. This one's kind of fast and loose, unfortunately. It's alright, I'm not even worried about it. See, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint in just like a real bright yellow, right anywhere where I've made space here. At the very end, very, very carefully. And then it'll be like the letters kind of have a glow to them. So it's not perfectly perfect. I do have a plan for such scenario. That is a lovely eye. Very nice letter to clean up. It's just one tiny little straight line. We stand the eyes here. R, not a bad letter to clean up. E, frankly, one of the worst letters to clean up. Look at this. Not only is it curvy as heck, it's got this tiny little top part of it where, in theory, you should be keeping the color inside the E, but it never wants to stay there. And you always got to go back and add it back in to the little inside of the E, because it never, it's pretty much impossible to clean it without getting that out. Maybe if you get real close to the card, but then the stream would just be seeing the back of my head. Not much to see there, frankly. Mm-hmm. That was a good tea. Speaking of good tea, I think I'll pour myself some. Very chill, very chill. Alright. Clean my little toothpick off. Alright. Apostrophe, easy. R, not so bad. These letters are also easier to clean if you have less layers of paint over them. Right now I think I have 3 or so. Usually at 2 I stop to clean my letters. But like I said, this is like the most tedious part of altering, quite frankly. E is one of the worst letters, and of course this guy has 2 of them in his names. And I don't mean aesthetically. I only mean to clean when you're altering. These are quite dookie. Lovely stuff. It's not that clean, this one. Well, I mean, that made it cleaner, but also got rid of a lot of paint that probably should have stayed there. That's okay. We have a plan. We have the technology. What is done can be undone, and vice versa. Alright, look at this tea. It's going to be a world record tea. Nope. Nope, I've had cleaner teas than that. I certainly had cleaner teas. This is quite the process. Toothpick. The scritchy scratch noise was kind of giving me a little bit of that ASMR vibe. But it was weird because I was the one doing it. This is halfway of cleaning all my letters. I simply cannot wait to have them all cleaned up and then go mess them up again. That's going to be such a treat. Now I'm going to use my really scratchy brush for a second, just because when I clean this one up, it pushed the paint kind of into like a wrinkle almost. So now I'm just scoring that off of the card, so it should feel nice and smooth. Just a little nub here bugging me. There we go. Okay. So yeah, like I've said a few times, I like to go 2 layers, clean my letters. If you go more than 2, it's going to start bunching up on you when you pick the paint off. Or you alter without streaming or recording it, and you can get really close to your card so you can actually paint small enough around your letters instead of painting over them and then fixing them. That is another strategy. But when you live in the time-lapse world, you gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet. And my toothpick is one of my eggs. Both of my sides are bent and broken. So let's get a new toothpick here. Where do I have some? Should have did Aether Spell Bomb. Then I wouldn't have been tempted to. float text. Yet another one is a go. Just clean up around that T too, why not? Feels good when you start with a brand new toothpick. All refreshed and pokey. Perfect, perfect. And that is a really good tea. And lucky me, on this one I get to do 2 teas. Because of the way that it is. You see. Lovely. I've looked at the word time so long that like it's lost all meaning. I'm looking at the word time and it's like my brain's like T-I-M-E is not a word. This is the name Tim with an E on the end. Teferi Tim. Teferi Tim. Teferi Tim Twist. Don't call him Mr. Twist. That was his father's name. Oh, my toothpick got broken, unfortunately. It happens. Absolutely lovely stuff on this one. Possibly my finest work for this batch. I'm just gonna fix this really quickly just to make this whole effect look a bit more believable, because it's starting to look funny in my eyes, even though I know it makes sense. I just painted it a little too loosely. There we go. Now it's a little too broken up. It's okay. We're going to be adding some blue layers. Don't need to get it twisted. Looks at camera. Acknowledge my joke, please. This one is pretty covered. I'm like almost guessing where this tea is. Wonderful. Now that's a nice tea. Not making a joke, but I do need more tea. Lovely. That's a nice tea. Just this one more, and then I can paint on top of it all that work I did. Lovely. No, once one card, no problem. This many cards, Houston, we have a problem. Looks like we're at 420 views on this stream, so smoke them if you got them, cowboys. Smoke them if you got them, cowboys. Me, I don't got them. I don't got them like that. Man, I got like a run of weak toothpicks here. That or I'm hulking out and I don't even know it. My toothpicks are all breaking on me. Anyone got any special interest? Y'all got any special interest? Not me. Couldn't think of one, honestly. I think I'm just a pretty normal, well-adjusted guy. No special interest or anything like that. It's me, very healthy, very normal, very demure. It's an old meme, but it checks out. Crazy, back in the day, you say someone's old meme is like 10 years old. Now someone's an old meme when it's like a month old. The meme economy has gotten off the rails. Yeah, these long toothpicks, they don't work. They don't work well, let me say. I don't like how they do it. Long toothpicks are like, they don't like absorb the moisture. So they don't really reactivate the paint very well. It's the first thing you touch, they reactivate that, and you're just pushing that around on dry paint that doesn't want to move. Oh, there's a T over here. I don't think I had to clean any of these T's up way on this other side. Lowercase t is not nice to clean. It's like an F, but without the fun bit of the F. Okay, wow. That was a marathon of cleaning out those words. And now I'm going to paint right back over top of them. Has anyone ever heard of the definition of insanity? Because you're about to see it live. All right, gonna add more yellow as we get more and more into the center of the fire. It's gonna become brighter and brighter. I think I'll actually try to avoid the letters as much as I can now. Immediately screws up. Immediately paints on that frickin' E. Okay, there it is. Alright, I'm going to try, as I was saying, avoiding the letters now. Done enough layers that I'm tired of cleaning my letters out. I don't know if my one buddy who was talking about being worried he painted into the card too much is still in here. But if you are, like, this part was looking not the same as my color, so I just painted into that. So it happens all the time. It's a good maneuver to have in your back pocket. Don't feel bad about it. It's just one of the tools of the trade. Right here, right? I'm just going to extend that up. Bam. Because I made more fire, so it just makes sense that the center fire doohickey would be more than it currently is. Okay, trying to avoid my letters. All these painting into the original art, extending that kind of concept of the fire upwards. certainly not getting this big, but in our version of Teferi's Time Twist, it is getting that big on him. It's doing Mario's taunt from the Smash Brothers game. Getting frickin' big on him. Know what I'm saying? Sometimes it feels like the wheel like is an aura multiplier. When I do a quick spin and stop maneuver, I'm like, damn, I got so much aura. Damn, I'm sick as hell. One of these, boom. Oops, I don't think I was supposed to do that. A curve around my T, I mean, is what I did. I don't think I was supposed to do. Now we're making some freaking progress. Am I right? Am I right or am I right? I'm using pretty much like straight yellow and it looks so muddy. I think that's because I should have worked from dark to light. I'm trying to paint light onto a dark color in the back. Oh well. We'll get there. It's just going to require some extra layers and finagling. Nothing I haven't done before. A lot of paint on that brush. Let's take it a little chill. Let's take a little chill pill, shall we? I'm sure with this next layer of yellow, it's going to start brightening up quite a bit, I'm sure. I told myself when this is all over I'd have some ice cream to celebrate. But it's going to be like 4 a.m. I don't know if that's ice cream time or celebrate time. It might just be snooze time. It might just be snooze time at that point. I keep going around my letters by mistake. I'm just so paranoid of painting it on them. This line is supposed to continue on straight, not go around like that. There we go, that's better. That's more like what we should be doing here. Alright, now we go even a level beyond. This is going Super Saiyan with our fire. Is now the yellow is not good enough. Now we need yellow tinted white. For our very center bit. It needs a bit of orange. Why does it look so sickly? Ew, how'd that make a flesh tone? Am I crazy? Must be something. No, I think there's blue on the paper up there. I think that's why. My palette is getting pretty full of color. Let's just mix it in here. In an island of orange and red. Nothing can harm me in here. I'm just gonna paint this center line going through them all. This will be like a fun little quick hit. Might need a layer or two.